Welcome to Dev Days of Summer. We've got 2 whole weeks, 10 days of different streams. We've already, looking at the chat, we've got a whole bunch of people there already. So it's busy. Lots of trying to juggle people on vacation and things like that. I've had a few people say things like, I haven't had the schedule properly. I understand that. We've actually had a lot of things going on and arranging things and stuff like that, and we've just been trying to slot the schedule together. Poor producer Martha, who is as always in the background doing things, has been running around tossing pieces of paper and spreadsheets and databases in the air and getting things organized, and I've been doing whatever it is I do, as you do, and it's good to see a lot of regular faces. I'm just looking down at the chat window now. Salut, Patrick. Of course, Patrick, our Delphi hero, I forgot what we called it now. Anyway, Patrick is our award winner for 2024 because of that kind of involvement. He's always in the chat, always there, and actually we met each other in Amsterdam at the Delphi Summit, which was run by GDK Software, where I met quite a few people, including Peter Pan's alter ego in the background, and a few others. I'm going to say hi to people. The first hour, we're not really going to learn much. What I'm going to do is talk about the sessions we have and say hi to people and generally get us into the swing and make sure everything's working, all the rest of it. And then we will start into the first sessions for today. During these couple of weeks, we're actually going to have several recorded sessions. So the way we're going to set this up, because this works best for us, is there will be a recorded presentation by whoever it is, famous presenter or educator or just a skilled developer. And then where we can, we'll have a short session afterwards for the Q&A where they will be live. And I want you to understand that some of these people have put in lots of effort. Some of the Brazilian guys, for example, have put, I think, 5 sessions together and say they're going to be live at all of these, even though English is not their first language. And I really respect them. I will be in Brazil in September. So if you're Brazilian and you're watching this, bom dia. And I'll be seeing you on September the 5th in person if you go to Sao Paulo. And wow, there's so many people saying hi from Brazil, and Matthias, Korea, yeah. Oh my, there's from Pakistan, from Italy, Aurora, Missouri. Hello, Charlie. Charlie's a frequent flyer, as we'd like to call him, always on our presentations. I'm just going to briefly talk about the setup for the week. So some of you may have noticed that the email went out with the name codegear.com attached to it. Now, back in the day, if you are a long-term Delphi fan, you would have heard of CodeGear, because at one point in the past, Embarcadero is now the company that own and manage and create Rad Studio and Delphi. But back in the past, of course, it used to be Borland. And Borland, very, very successful company, had all sorts of software that they created. And, extremely talented, but also went through some very turbulent times. As with any long-term company with a 30-year plus history, not everything went the right way. Turbo Pascal, of course, is older than 30 years, but next year is Delphi's 30th birthday. But in any space of 30 years, companies move around and change around. And CodeGear was at one point one of the companies that was involved in, shall we say, packaging up certain parts of Borland from a legal point of view, just to make it easier to separate out the different bits and bobs. That is not what CodeGear is being used now. We looked, and we still own the trademark for CodeGear, and we still own the CodeGear website. And so what we've tried to do is gather together as part of Idera, which is our parent company now, some of the companies and the functions that kind of make sense to hang together as code gear for coding. So RAD Studio, obviously being a development tool, but also things like Yellowfin BI, which is business intelligence stuff, and Ultra Edit, fantastic editor. You're going to see it being demonstrated in these next 2 weeks. I'm going to use it for some SQL stuff, and I think we've got a couple of presentations as well. And Whole Tomato software, who do Visual Assist, which if you're a C++ developer is an incredible product. It's like code completion on steroids with a find and locate tool wrapped together. It's difficult to describe, but once C++ developers use it, they seem to absolutely love it. And that works with Visual Studio. I know RAD Studio is our core product, but Visual Assist is a RAD Studio product as well. And these next 2 weeks, you'll find us talking about some products are not necessarily Delphi, not necessarily C++ Builder, but maybe other areas like the Yellowfin BI, which stands in its own little space, but also can be used in your Delphi programs as well. Same with Ultra Edit. Ultra Edit, it's not an IDE. You could use it as an IDE for certain things, but its main strength is its incredible power as an editor, a very customizable editor with some real, rocket science kind of add-ons. I'm doing a terrible job of describing it, but I use it, for example, to open really huge SQL files. During my development job, I work with MySQL and Postgres and a few other databases, and I'm dealing with many millions of transactions, and sometimes they're dumped out into SQL files, .SQL files, which are basically like a script, a text file, I suppose, and these files can be many gigabytes long. And try and open that with regular Notepad or even Notepad++, which is very good, open source product. They fall flat on their face. And Visual Studio Code, which is an excellent editor, just can't even touch it. It tries to open it and just goes splat. Well, Ultra Edit isn't like that. Ultra Edit uses a very clever technique for opening large files, and that's what I like. Take it, my compliments as they are. I mean, obviously they are an Idea company and therefore a sister company, but I can tell you genuinely from my heart, I use Ultra Edit because it's the best tool available for that kind of thing. So you're going to hear about some of those products and see them in action. But you're also going to hear lots of other sections, which I'm going to talk about in the slides. But before we go any further, it would be, yes, Marco G from GDK has reminded me that Patrick Prematon was the Spirit of Delphi Award winner. That's what he was. Thank you, Marco. I'm sorry, it's early in the morning. And whilst I do have my coffee, which I think will show up on camera, which makes me awake at this time in the morning, my time, it doesn't improve my recall, which is shot to pieces after the weekend. So thank you, Marco G. Marco's got a name he can pronounce another time. British tongues don't work properly with the Dutch G sound, with the hard k sound. So let's say hello to a few people. I'm not going to say hello to everybody, because if I do, I'll be here forever. I'm really glad that all of you join us. Every time we do these webinars, it always amazes me how many people sign up. We're talking about thousands and thousands of people have signed up. And I know some of you, this may be the first time you've seen us. And whilst we discuss Embarcadero products and Idea products, we do have people from other vendors and markets on there. And the main purpose of this whole series of webinars is to give you some insight into different techniques, to educate you on a few things that may be interesting. We have a session, for example, on functional programming, which is, it applies to any programming language you want to choose. A lot of the content will be Delphi related, but much of it will not be. Some of it is generic and applies to anyone who's a developer, and some of it applies to C++ and a few others. So if you're new, say hello to us on the chat. I try and make this not a sales pitch. I know I just talked about Ultra Edit like I was the Ultra Edit salesperson, but I try not to make the webinars a sales pitch. I try to make them an educational and community experience. And with that in mind, I just explain who I am. I am the Embarcadero developer advocate. My job is to educate people on what our products do, but also to get feedback from people in the market who say things like, well, I really like this feature, but this feature here really is horrible and doesn't work, or it doesn't work the way I want, or have you ever thought about this brilliant idea? And I make sure that feedback gets back to the right people. Embarcadero itself as a company, I have worked in many companies, as you can tell from my lack of hair, many companies over the years. And I can honestly say that Embarcadero staff are extremely passionate about what they do, about the product that they create. And if there's something wrong, we take it very personally and we do try and do something about it. Within the constraints of business, we don't have unlimited financial resources. We're not owned by Elon Musk, which is probably just as well. And we don't have the deep pockets of Microsoft. But that said, if we can do something to make your life easier, if there's a feature you think that could be improved or it's a great idea, let us know. You will see my email come up. I haven't got it up at the moment, but it's my name, ian.barker@embarcadero.com. And I'll make sure that the right people hear it if it's not me. I'm not going to answer your technical support questions. There are a technical support team that are much better at doing that than me. But I will, email me. I'll answer. I'm extremely busy, but nevertheless, I will make sure. So let's go through. How will we do for time? Oh, plenty of time. Yes. So let's just say hi to a few people. So Sudhansu Raj, hello Raj, says hi. And this is a question that Terry asked me, which is, did anyone receive any sort of schedule? Okay, so Terry, just to explain, it was very difficult to juggle people around. We had lots of people on vacation, and whilst some people said yes, we don't actually put them in the schedule until we definitely know we can have them. What we don't want to do is publicize a session. Someone turns up for that session and they go, sorry, we're not going to do the session on functional programming today. We're going to talk about Lego, which some people will be really happy to hear about. But other people will be like, I took time off work, or they set some time aside to have a session on functional programming, and you've let us down. So we don't put things on that schedule until we know we can deliver. Producer Martha wrangles all that in the background. She's very good at all that, keeps me honest, and also, I don't know how she works the hours she does, but there you go. It makes me look good, and that's all that matters at the end of the day, isn't it? But yeah, that's why we didn't have much of a schedule. And also the launch of codegear.com website, which is in the process of being worked on. But if I make one of these little barcodes come up, I have a horrible where is it? Captions. Oh, here we go. There you go. So I can put the barcode there, and if you go to there, you go to Code Gear, you'll see the background that's behind me on there. But that's the other reason why we haven't got around to it, because we've been very, very busy doing that, and we're doing a redesign of the website in general. From feedback that we got from people, some people commented on the way our main website was laid out and made some suggestions. And we wanted to make sure that the way that we were getting across our message was a bit clearer, and we felt it was a little bit fuzzy. So on the main website, we've made some changes there. You'll see some changes coming through, more direct and more to the point about what we do. We're also very big push going on at the moment for education. I've spoken to people in the Netherlands. Some of it didn't work out, and I'm sorry about that. I know some guys are a little bit annoyed about that, but it has to work for everybody. And we are in the process of negotiating with some people about teaching Delphi and C++ in various educational establishments, and actually have taken on someone specifically to enhance that role. We had someone already that was doing that and was very successful, and we're trying to do some more of that. We want to make sure that Delphi and C++ is taught in educational establishments, because we think that the secret to success is making sure that a language that I personally believe is extremely easy to learn, understand fundamental concepts like object orientation and stuff like that, and yet be powerful and create cross-platform apps. We think that with Delphi, which is based on Pascal, is exactly the right way to go. And so, it takes a little while. Big wheels move very slowly in education, like they do in government, and that's one of the things we're changing as well. So, schedule. We've been busy doing lots of things. I'm sorry about that. We will update the schedule as we go along. And it seems he's not too annoyed because he said good morning as well. So there you go. Hi, Terry. Who else? SNK said hello. And Code Phantom got here nearly an hour early and said it was quiet. Yes, you were very early. That's why it was quiet. And it will pick up. Patrick, salut. Patrick is always here. We talked about him being the Spirit of Delphi guy. And hi from Hamburg in Germany. And waiting. Yes, hi in Hamburg. And Marco G from the Netherlands. Hello, Marco. Marco is the CEO of GDK Software in the Benelux region. So it's Holland, and he's actually in the UK, Brazil. I'm not sure where else, Marco. I do know, but he's everywhere. His company is a leading Delphi software house, and basically lives and breathes the Delphi development kind of infrastructure, and is a very good guy. He's got some little projects going on in the background as well, which we'll talk about another time. But his company was responsible for the Delphi Summit in Netherlands, which was one of the best summits I've been to. I've been to a lot, and this one was quite incredible. Very, very good job by all the people there. And Marco, say hi to everybody at GDK, and for my wife as well, because his staff kind of shuffled my wife around, so I didn't neglect her. Colin says, hi, Colin. And Constantine from London. Right, mate. I was born in London myself as well. And Matthias, we talked about him as well, from Brazil. And Ahmed, and so forth. And we have people from Italy. So there's a big bag of lots of people from everywhere. I'm really pleased that you've all turned up. And even from the obscure region of France, just kidding, Nantes, which is a beautiful, beautiful region of France. Einstein, who is also a frequent flyer, very often on these things. And also Dave in Victoria, British Columbia. I can't keep going on further, otherwise people will start throwing rocks at me and things like that. Oh, and of course, I must mention Paul McGee as well. Paul is a really active developer in Australia. And in fact, we've got another Australian on later, Tim Coates, who is a new MVP. We'll talk about that when he comes. Who I should point out, Paul, it's probably like 2 a.m. for you, isn't it, at the moment, or something like that? So all of you that are turning up, I really do appreciate you coming on, and participating, because I know it's a convenient time for me, like 20 past 10 in the morning, but I appreciate for a lot of you, it isn't that. So thank you for joining. And someone from a place called California, which we've never heard of, but Peter Rios. The Ivory Coast. I mean, yeah, I can go on forever. It's insane how many people are here. Thank you all. Daniel says, un saludo desde Colombia. Oh, yeah, Colombia as well. And GDK, hello everyone from KSA. Okay, well, look, there's a whole bunch of people. And SNK says, Ian, can you stop reading the comments and start learning? Yes, you can. As I said, this first session was going to be mainly me saying hello to people and also talking about the sessions. So let's do that. Let's turn off my my little QR code in the top corner there, and let me share my screen. If you just hang on one moment, because I have multiple things going on. And where are we here? Okay. Right, so I'm going to share my screen so we can talk about this. I think that means I'll come up in here. Yes, I will. Okay, so I'm going to turn my camera off and do this. Right. Okay, so just so you know, I'm not going to be able to see your comments whilst I'm doing this. So if you're trying to get me to get my attention, it's not going to work for a second. Okay, so Dev Days of Summer. We are, where's my little driver thing? There you go. Okay. What have we got coming up? Well, we've got 2 weeks of live and on-demand developer content. It's completely free. It's sponsored by the companies you see there. If you look at the bottom, I know some of you have already scanned the QR code for codegear.com, but if you go to codegear.com, you'll see some of the other companies there. Across the bottom from left to right, RAD is Rad Studio. The helmet, which those of you who are Delphi programmers will know, that is the Delphi helmet. The C++ Builder logo. UE is Ultra Edit, which is the editor I talked about earlier on. Visual Assist, which has got that very cool logo, is the tool for C++ developers, used very heavily in the gaming industry, and there'll be more about that later on. And Yellowfin BI, Business Intelligence, extremely capable bunch of people. And the actual participants themselves will vary. They're not all employees of any of these companies. We've also got dozens, I think like 40 something different people involved doing sessions as well from all walks of life. Just to explain who I am, in case you've lived under a rock and never heard of me before, just kidding, then your host is me. My name is Ian Barker, and I'm the Embarcadero Developer Advocate. You can email me, and please do, if you want to tell me what's good, tell me what's bad, tell me where we're getting it right so that we don't change the things we're getting right, and tell me where we're getting it wrong so we do try and change the things where we're getting it wrong if it's all possible. Please email me. I welcome you to email me. We are not a big black box monolithic company. We will respond to you, and I'm the guy to email if there's something that you want to talk about. Don't email me for technical support. I just don't have the time to answer your questions. We will go, all I would do is redirect you to our support department, where they've got very clever people, guys and girls, who can do all of the support questions you could ever want and know way more than me. If you want to read more about my history and what I do, then go to about.me/Ian Barker. I'm a professional poet and a few other things as well. So I've done a lot of things. Let's talk about the topics that we're going to cover. Well, this is page one of several. In this set of sessions that are coming up, we have got all sorts of things to do with machine learning and AI. As you might imagine, AI is the flavor of the moment, and almost everything you seem to touch has got AI in it. And this is something that Embarcadero and actually IDEA in general are looking into, because we want to make sure that there are some special things, special problems, shall we say, challenges for AI when it comes to a code editor, an IDE. And it's all very well if you're using AI to generate some charts, as long as your data is safe and secure on your machine. But when you start talking about your source code and even private information, then you start to bump into some laws to do with GDPR in Europe and privacy laws in the United States. So putting AI in a product is not as straightforward as just making it happen and off you go. There are some challenges, and it's one of the things that we're being very, very careful of, to make sure that we approach the concept of AI very, what's the word I'm looking for, with some intelligence of our own behind it, with some understanding of what people want. We've held some chats with people and user group discussions with interested parties, just regular people, not Embarcadero staff or anything like that, but developers who know what they're talking about, people that work in the area of AI and machine learning as well, to understand what we can do in products that doesn't doesn't risk your program code being sent off to somewhere and then being used to train, some AI, which then puts you out of a job. So, the AI topic is a big one, and we're going to have some sessions on that to do with machine learning and AI and putting it into your IDE. That is one of the sessions that we've got. Game engines and game development. We've got 2 people that are going to be talking about gaming. 2 of the sessions are specifically, one of them is about a game engine that is very popular called Castle Games. And Michalis is the person involved in that. I'll talk about him in a moment. And if you're into games, or you're thinking about games, or even if you do very graphics-heavy applications, some of these game engines can help, believe it or not, help you with that. Understanding some techniques behind game engines, game development, can actually help you improve the way that you approach graphics in your own applications. We also have got several sessions on web development and also rapid application development of web development. So web apps that you can create that are very quick to put together and yet powerful as well. A web app being something that isn't just a static web page, but actually something that has got some kind of intelligence and dynamic content, shall we say, in it. So we've got a few sessions on that. We've also got some sessions on databases, database management systems, database administration tools, with some very cool ones in there, and also some techniques and tips. Jim McKeith will be here later, my predecessor in this job, and now CEO of GTK in the USA. He's going to be talking about some very cool stuff to do with databases and a few other things as well. But we'll have multiple sessions where we're talking about databases in general and how to use them. You can ask questions all the time that we do these sessions, even the recorded ones. Ask the questions, we'll try and answer them. Each of the sessions will be followed by a live Q&A. So there will be the opportunity to ask the questions and get them answered. If the session is pre-recorded, then obviously the person can't answer the question at that point. But in most cases, the person who recorded that session will be available live afterwards. I seem to have repeated databases. So good I said it twice. But also we're going to talk about Windows, macOS, iOS, Android, and Linux app development. And we're actually going to show some of that live. I'm going to do a couple of sessions where I do a Windows app and then convert it to a Mac app and the other way around. And I'm also going to show how to create an iOS and an Android app and a Linux app with the macOS app as well. Fairly easy stuff. To use that, we're actually going to use a free version of RAD Studio. If you are a student or a beginner or a startup and you fall within the correct demographic of how much you can earn, then you can use the free version, the community edition of RAD Studio. And I'm going to show you how that does things. It can't do Linux, but it can do the others. So it's definitely worth having to play around with those. We're going to talk about how to get started in software development. If you are thinking about it and you haven't done it before, then we'll discuss how to start up and doing that. And again, that'll probably be a session from me. And then we'll be also hitting some advanced development topics like RTTI, that's runtime type information, and also functional programming, which is a computer science slash technique, I suppose. It's a way of writing programs that isn't, how can I put this? It's not object orientated, but it isn't not object orientated. Double negative. That doesn't make sense. But anyway, the person that's going to be explaining that is a doctor who explains and all, the detail you could ever want about functional programming. We're also going to have some Internet of Things, including a session with a smart backpack controlled by a mobile app. Now, I know this sounds like the kind of session I would do, but actually in this case, it isn't going to be me. It is going to be another guy. I think it's Yaroslav Borovin. I could be wrong, but we'll talk about that in a moment. And he controls a smart backpack with a little mobile app. It's very clever. A really great session called debugging and what to do when it all goes wrong, which I really think is hilarious. And we're going to have some live interviews with some of the developers. I've lined up at least 3 guys who are developers to talk to you about the general purpose, what it's like to be a developer, what the day is like, and some of the kind of top tips and things like that as well. Partly for people who are starting out in this kind of professional, considering getting into the profession, but also some of the people who are more superstar developers and try and find out what makes them tick and how they got to be so good. So we're going to cover that as well. We're also going to hook you up with developer user groups and some conferences. And by the way, when we talk about the web stuff, we're also going to talk about HTMX. I don't have that on this slide, but HTMX, if you Google that, you'll find out all about what HTMX is. A very interesting web technology, and there's going to be a session specifically discussing that. Excuse me. Okay, so down to the information about what topics we've got. We are going to have a session called Empowering Your Apps with AWS. If you are working in the commercial environment, or a blue chip company, or even a relatively sort of large, medium-sized business, sooner or later you're going to come across Amazon Web Services. And the kind of thing that Amazon offer is astronomical. Sorry, I must have a drink for a second. Hold on. And the services they offer vary from everything from speech generation, like realistic voice generation, to hosting of virtual machines that you can use for web servers and things like that, to S3, which is like a bucket or database service, to all sorts of things. They've got object recognition libraries, and just you name it, it is out there. So Richard Hauser was an expert in this area. His company is called Appercept, and he's going to do a session all about AWS. If you've never seen him before, he's an excellent demonstration, excellent speaker, and really knows his stuff when it comes to Amazon. There is a free tier for AWS. So if you've not used it yet, then you can actually go and sign up for a free tier for the AWS, and you get all sorts of free tokens and an allowance. And even when I think it's like a year for the free services, but even when your free services expire, depending on what you're doing, you'll probably still be free, because they do offer a kind of a free tier that has a fairly generous allowance of stuff. So definitely one to watch for. Richard Handel, Empowering Your Apps with AWS. And he has a set of components that you can download, and this will create like an API and SDK, makes it very easy to interact with AWS. Without these components, it's actually quite hard. And so this is a really good way of enabling AWS. If you're in the corporate market, AWS is going to come up sooner or later. Later on today, as it happens, I hope he's awake, because it's going to be 3 a.m. his time, is how to write a Windows service. He actually called it an NT service, which I've changed it, shall we say, to say a Windows service. I personally feel that the phrase Windows service is more commonly used, but I'm sure Tim will tell you all about that, because we've got a pre-recorded session from him. He's a YouTuber, and so he knows his stuff. He's very good at presenting this thing, but he's also going to be around for a live Q&A if he manages to make it up, because the problem with Australia, he's literally in the Australian continent, is it's tomorrow, his time now. It's actually Tuesday for him, even though it's Monday for me, and it's nice and sort of mid-morning for me, but it'll be the middle of the night for Tim. So good luck, Tim. I hope he makes it, but he seems very keen, so we'll see how it goes. Jim McKeith, who I hope many of you have heard of before, is my predecessor in the role I'm doing now. And he has got a couple of sessions, actually, about FireDAC. So FireDAC is the data access layer and set of components that comes with Red Studio. And it allows you to do some really powerful things, connecting to all sorts of databases, Oracle databases, MySQL, SQLite, think Access, I'm not sure, all sorts of different databases. You drop some FireDAC components on, and you can then access these big corporate databases, but also databases hosted by someone like DigitalOcean or something like that. And Jim's got 2 sessions on that. So the first one is the fundamentals of how to use it, and then the second one will be your ultimate data set weapon. I don't know what he means in that session, but we'll find out. But Jim is always extremely good presenter and a very good friend of mine, so we always have a good chat afterwards. He will be around for a live Q&A as well, so you can ask Jim a few things, in his role as a CEO of GDK USA. Dion Mai, he's a Brazilian developer and MVP as well. Why you should leave Delphi 7 once and for all. Now, the thing about Delphi 7 is it's extremely popular. It was a very, very solid release, and it did a lot. It predated things like multi-byte languages, so you could do Arabic and a few other things in it. It can't do smileys in text boxes and stuff like that, because they didn't exist back in those days. FireDAC doesn't exist for it, so Jim's session would mean nothing to Delphi 7. But actually, it is now many, many years old. I think it's 20 years old nearly. And so Dion's session is really trying to convince those last holdouts, stop using Delphi 7, move on. And he's going to present the case for why it's not something we've put him up to. He actually genuinely believes there's a good reason why he should do it. So that's his session, why he should leave Delphi 7 behind once and for all. We're also going to have someone who is an application vendor. In other words, he's someone that sells a product, and his product is written in Delphi, I believe. But it might be C++. I actually should have checked, shouldn't I? His name is Erwin Dennison, and his product is called Font Creator. Now, we will put links up to Erwin's product. I haven't got them on this slide, but his Font Creator is absolutely astounding. I believe he's got it on Windows and Mac. I'm sure he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but it allows you to do all sorts of things with fonts in ways that you didn't think possible. And very, very capable, beautiful, gorgeous. Even his website is absolutely jaw-droppingly beautiful. And Erwin is going to talk to us. He's going to demonstrate his product and then showcase how he created it. So you'll see it from perspective of, here's my product. I'm going to talk to you about the product and what it does. And then he's going to talk about how he actually created it as well. What challenges he got creating that product. Very interesting talk. Tim Coates, as we mentioned earlier on, Tim Coates in Australia, he's going to talk about generative AI apps in Delphi. And generative AI is where you do things like create images from a prompt. So you might say, chat GPT or something like that, create a prompt of Ian Barker riding a unicorn, and it will go off and do that. I've never personally ridden a unicorn to my knowledge, so generative AI can actually invent that out of its artificial intelligence brain. That's not an invitation to do it. I realize now I've said that, and loads of people are going to send me pictures of me riding a unicorn, but you get the general idea. But I'm sure Tim will explain it a bit better. And whilst on the subject of unicorns and therefore rainbows, Jim has got a session called Program the Rainbow, working with colors. Now, I know what this app is about. because I saw him asking some questions about it and struggling with some concepts because programming is hard, everybody. And what this is about color theory and also how to make colors work in ways that make sense in your code. But also, I think he's got a demo app as well. To be fair, I haven't actually seen the final session, but I'm guessing from what he was talking about, there's going to be a demo app that helps you, generate colors and record them, and I don't know, that kind of stuff. But very, very interesting. Jim is an extremely talented developer, and the way he puts together presentations is always interesting as well. So great session from him. Bruno Fearon from TMS Software. He's going to be talking about taking an app from the VCL, which is a visual component library, to the web. And he's saying it's a giant leap for software developers and a small step for Delphi developers. Oh, very good. Yes, a Neil Armstrong quote there, paraphrasing him. But he's going to show how to create some web apps using your Delphi knowledge already. So if you're a Delphi coder already, then you can literally write Delphi code and out comes a genuine HTML and JavaScript app ready-made for you. You hit compile, and instead of compiling an executable for Windows or compiling an executable for Mac or iOS or Android, it creates a web app, and it's a proper web app. You don't have any special things hanging around in the background. You literally copy it up to a web server and off it goes. You've got a working web app. I know this because I spent about 9 months working on a project that did exactly that. So I'm a big fan of what he's going to talk about, and it's a very interesting session to come up. On a similar but related note, shall we say, Conrad Vermeulen is going to be talking about his Sempare template engine. Should have checked how he pronounced it. I missed his session in Amsterdam, and he did talk about it in Amsterdam, and I really should have. I apologize in advance, Conrad, if you're listening to this. But anyway, template engine, very, very interesting tool. Allows you to do all sorts of wonderful things with his Sempare templates. You've got to catch it. He's a great speaker. He always worries he talks too much. But then he meets me and realizes he doesn't talk enough. So, but he always said, "Oh, I just wanted to fit so much in." And I know he's one of these people that he's so smart that he's always worried about everything he's going to say to the nth degree. And yet every time I've seen him talk, he's a great speaker. Really good guy, nice personality, nice guy as well. I get on very well with Conrad. So you're going to enjoy that. It's a good session. Gustavo Barreto is going to be talking about mastering RTTI, runtime type information from the basics to advanced techniques. RTTI is one of those things where once you master it, it can actually help you write code that is extremely reusable, but also highly testable. And if you're a developer, then understanding how to test your code to therefore prove that it's functional is actually quite important, and prove that it's functionally correct and logically correct are important things as well. Had a discussion recently with someone on one of the user groups about the difference between syntactically correct and logically correct, and I don't think they understood what they were saying, because the syntax errors are like a spelling mistake as you type the code, and if you type in a word, you get the mistake underlined saying you misspelled a word. That's a syntax error. If you misspell or misuse a piece of program code, then you get a syntax error. But a logical error is where it all compiles correctly, you get 0 errors, 0 warnings, everything works properly, and then you run the app and it falls to pieces. Something's wrong, and that's a logical error. You've done something wrong in the way you're doing things. RTTI can help avoid that by enforcing all sorts of rules and regulations to do with understanding that a parameter that's passed is generic but also specific. It's hard to describe until you see it, but also you can do lots of other things as well. Make general purpose routines that make them much easier to test, because you can pass some rules in and get out the test results and say, hey, I know this routine's going to work. Christoph Schneider, who is based in Switzerland, if I believe. He's going to talk about the Firestore cloud database. Firestore is exactly as it sounds. It's a way of storing data in the cloud. Very interesting session. If you're going to write any sort of app, sooner or mobile app, sooner or later you're going to need to store some data somewhere. Firestore might be one of those options, and Christoph's going to show you how to make that happen. It doesn't have to be a mobile app; it could be a desktop app, but it'll work for both of those. And it's got some interesting features as well that you don't find in other databases. Patrick Premartin, woohoo, is going to be talking about how to make games in Delphi, the 2024 edition. In other words, he's updated something for this 2024. Patrick is an extremely prolific Twitch streamer, very, very good developer, and also a really decent guy as well. And is definitely worth watching his session to see how to make some games in Delphi using Delphi. Not one to miss. And we're also going to be talking about boosting development in Delphi with GitHub Actions and ChatGPT. So more AI turning up from Yuri Bertoldi, and mastering RTTI. I just talked about that session. Okay, well, a couple of errors on my slides here. Sorry, my fault, nobody else's. And then adding logging to your application in 5 minutes by Juan Castillo. Both of the two top sessions, the boosting development and the logging to your application, very, very interesting. Being able to do your development with GitHub Actions is something that can be a little bit controversial inside the company, because we don't want people to make mistakes in what they do with the licensing. But more large corporations really do use GitHub Actions in order to ensure things like CI and CD, continuous development, continuous integration, work. GitHub Actions play quite a large part in that, and we've got some developers who are discussing, some how-tos with those coming up at some point as well. And ChatGPT, well, everyone should know what ChatGPT is by now, but that's what he's going to do. He's going to explain that. Yuri is another extremely good developer. And adding logging to your application in 5 minutes. Juan is going to talk all about that. If you have something go wrong in your app, or at least things like security, simple logging. Someone logged in on this day at this time from this machine. Then if someone breaches some data or something like that, you can go to the logs and check who it was and when they do it, that kind of thing. So that's what Juan Castillo's session was all about. And we now have a couple of other slides. Where are we at? Oh, we've got a couple there. Simplifying the Cloud with Delphi by Daniel Fernandez. And I don't actually know what his session is about, but him and Maiko and the others are a group of Brazilian developers, very, very competent developers. Excuse me. And they always present stuff. They work as a team. They'll say, "Oh, we'll all turn up and do this." So, all I can say is that the content is worth watching. Handling exceptions in Delphi. It's something that you need to understand that you do right, because if you don't do it right, and you end up with programs that crash unexpectedly, or programs that just hang and nobody knows why. The worst thing you ever want in any application is it comes up with an access violation. But even on mobile, it's actually quite important to handle exceptions, because on mobile, it's even worse. Something goes wrong and then your app just disappears. And people don't know that there's a console that they can go to and have a look at, if they've got a Mac or something like that. All they see is your app opens, something happens, and it disappears. So handling exceptions is quite important. If it does go wrong, let's say they haven't got an internet connection on their mobile device, it's important that you can actually trap that. So that kind of thing. But exceptions help with that kind of behavior. Alan Fletcher, a brilliant title. It's broken. Now what? debugging in Rad Studio. Alan goes through the intrinsics of how to actually debug properly and teaches us about some of the tools that are built into Rad Studio in order to make debugging possible and bearable. And a great session. Another game session from Michalis Kambaroulis. Michalis is an out-and-out developer's developer. If you see his headshot, you'll go, that guy has to be a developer. Now, I'm sure you won't mind me saying this. He's an extremely talented developer. He actually is the main developer on Castle Game Engine, and it's a fantastic framework and engine for producing games, proper games, where they can be sold to other people, not just toys or something like that, but real games. And Michalis is a very active developer on that. If you ever follow one of his GitHub repos in association with some of that, you'll see lots of notifications coming through from Michalis about the Castle Game Engine as he deals with various questions and things like that. Very, very exciting session, really worth watching. Even if you're not interested in games, just watching him talk about his subject is really great. Good guy. And we're nearly done. We're going to talk about advanced uses of jacklog. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but Jack being Juan Castillo, and performance filtering, multi-threading support, and more. So a kind of follow on from the logging that we talked about before. So initially, the first session is about generalized, straightforward logging, how to do simple logging, add it to your app, and actually make it work. And then this session is about the type of logging that you want to do that is more about advanced quality control and performance monitoring. So performance, making sure that your app is definitely as fast as it possibly can be. And also, why is this bit slow? You go into an app and you think, why is it when I hit this button, something should happen almost straight away? And in fact, it takes a few seconds, or worse, it takes half a minute. That's what performance monitoring can do. And with the log that, the Jack log has got performance monitoring and filtering built in, and it also supports multi-threading as well, which actually is more useful the more you go along, because you want your threading to your logging to not interfere with the many processes that are happening in your app. And so a multi-threaded logging can be very useful for making sure that you log it. And of course, when you're logging performance, you don't want adding a log to slow down the performance. Kind of defeats the object, doesn't it? So that's what that session is all about. I talked very briefly about that, but earlier on, but a smart backpack controlled from a mobile application with FGX Native by Yaroslav Brovin. This is a fantastic session. A smart backpack. It makes him sound like Inspector Gadget, doesn't it? I don't know what's in the smart backpack because I've not seen this session yet, but I really, really want to see this one because it sounds amazing. I like hooking things up to mobiles and stuff like that. If you saw me create a checkout with a barcode reader and cash drawer and stuff like that, Internet of Things and mobile controlled devices are fascinating, and Yaroslav goes into that into quite some detail. Easy DB Migrator from Ali Daban. Very interesting stuff. It allows you to go from one type of database and convert it to make it work with another one. It's as simple as that. And Ali's session shows you how straightforward that is. And finally, when we're talking about sessions, because I am running out of time, Functional Programming by Dr. Kevin R. Bond. Kevin is an educational expert. He's a prof, so to speak, and he goes off and teaches people how to program. And a lot of the time, the language that he chooses to teach people is Delphi. And what Kevin's going to do is talk about functional programming, which is more generic topic, so you don't have to be a Delphi programmer to understand this. But if you've often wondered what functional programming is, and it's not what you think, then I suggest watch Kevin's session, because he's one of these people that was born to be an educator and can explain relatively complex subjects fairly straightforwardly. So if you want to know more, then attend his session on functional programming. And finally, another session from Ali Daban, which is about the Open API Wizard. Yes, there is one. And what this does is allows you to interact with things that support the Open API. I don't know any more about this session because I've only got the briefest details. But as I've said before, he's a great presenter, and it should be clever stuff. And finally, which makes me sound like somebody from That's Life if you're very old and British, we've also got some sessions from Ultra Edit and also Yellowfin. Ultra Edit I talked about at the very start of this session, but Yellowfin I haven't really discussed. But Yellowfin allows you to embed some quite profound business intelligence in your app. The last time we did a presentation on this, which was about 3 or 4 months ago, I was involved in that presentation. We had someone sign up, a large company, sign up for a trial as part whilst we were doing the presentation. That's how compelling their application is. If you use something like Microsoft BI or I can't remember the other product, but there's lots of these business intelligence competitors out there. Yellowfin is the real standard for producing some very cool drill down graphics and functionality and stuff like that. It's much better explained in their session than I could ever do justice. I can't say anything other than it looks cool and it shows you the data, which sounds like I'm an idiot. But let the Yellowfin people show you it properly. Obviously, Embarcadero are going to have some sessions. We're going to talk about Rad Studio and the new community edition, which is released right now, and you can get it for free. Visual Assist, Automato software producer Visual Assist, and they will be doing some sessions as well. So a lot going on. I'm going to stop sharing now and hopefully get it right because I have many browser windows open. So forgive me for a moment whilst I turn myself on. Stream will start shortly. Well, it already has. Okay, so if you've asked me lots of questions in the chat, which you have from people from Puerto Rico and all the rest of it, so I have to like this stream. Okay, so I'm going to answer that question now. Tanmay, you do not have to like this stream, but if you're watching this on YouTube, if you click on the like button and you click on the subscribe button, we will not know who you are. We have no way of telling you who you are. We will not spam you. We will not send you any emails. We will not send you. All that will happen is what you're seeing, or her, she's seeing. I'm sorry, I don't know which gender you are, but Tanmay likes what they're seeing. And then when we go live again, it will send you a notification in YouTube to say, hey, Embarcadero are streaming again, depending on whether you're watching Embarcadero channel or something like that. So, click on like and subscribe and it will help you out. Okay. But we will not be able to spam you. We will not know anything about who you are. So it's safe to click on like, click on subscribe, and you'll get notified whenever we do some live sessions. For the next 2 weeks, there's going to be some days where it's really full and some days where there's only 3 or 4 and some days where there's only a couple. But you will get notified as they go live, and we're also going to email you as well. And I think Tanmay understands because, oh, good. Okay. And, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, actually, this is another question, and we're going to start in a moment with the next session. If you cannot make all the sessions, if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe, okay, and you'll get told about when the next sessions are. But also, if you've signed up at codegear.com, and I'm going to make that QR code come up now, but if you have signed up, oh, that way my camera's mirrored, okay, I'm not crazy. If you go and scan that QR code, okay, or you go to the website, let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on. Or if you go to the website here, codegear.com, and sign up, we will email you and tell you the schedule and what's on, and you can make sure that you don't miss anything. I don't want to keep pushing you to do this, but if you sign up, it will help you eventually, and it makes it easier for us. I'm sorry, I live in Dallas, Texas, and right now we have Sahara sand and all sorts of allergies going on. I don't normally suffer from bad allergies, but right now I'm falling to bits. Okay, so we are going to go on to the first session, which is from Tim Coates, and it is writing an NT service or writing a Windows service. And I will be back afterwards, and I think this is 50 minutes long, then Tim's going to join us later. Speak to you soon. Leave it in there.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Today, or this particular session, is about writing an NT service. It's I'm going to call it a basic guide, but it'll be enough to get you wet and interested in the non-UI side of Windows development, shall we say. My name is Tim, and I've been working with services for a very long time, shall we say. I was writing software or services in particular to capture data from phone systems and other devices. And I've been using Delphi since it first came out. I'm not quite sure when I would have. Before I was using Delphi, I would have been using doing C programming with TSRs. So this sort of thing I am quite familiar with. And I guess if you want to have a look at what we'll be talking about today, we're going to look at what is an NT service, why might we want to write one. We're going to also gonna be writing an NT service as well, and in that regard we are going to be looking at this simple file purger service. I've got a little note here about whether or not we should interact with the desktop, and I'm going to say you don't. We'll also look at the properties and the events that we get through Delphi to make writing a service easier for us. How to install and remove, how to start and stop, and a few other little bits as we go along. So, basically, I guess the first question that we need to ask ourselves is, what is an NT service? Now, if you've ever gone into your Windows Service Control Panel applet, you'll see a whole list of things, programs, like they will be let's say there's an Adobe Update Manager there. You'll have Microsoft Defender there. These are all programs that run in the background. They're long-running programs, and they do not present the user with any sort of user interface. They also run, and therefore they also run independently of any particular user sessions. So that means they will also start when the machine starts up, and that means before a user is logged in. So it does mean then that your program can actually function while no one is at the computer. Other examples you will find of an NT service will be like a printer, a spooler, a web server. Like I said, you've got your antivirus software and other database servers. And the main difference I think you'll find between, say, an NT service and other applications is that, like I said, these are programs that run in the background. They do not have user interface, but you also then think about, well, somehow I need to be able to present the user with information, so how can we do that? And then the next thing to consider then is, when should I be, what would When should I write a service, I guess, is another question you can ask yourself. Not every particular task, needs to be implemented as a service. However, I would say that if it is something that you need to be running, let's say when a user is not logged in, well, that would be pointing you in the right direction. Also, then you will find that another way you can look at whether or not you need to write an NT service is when you need to make sure that it is running all the time, and let's say a user can't just quote unquote close it down on you and stuff information gets lost perhaps. So and that goes into that idea of higher level security. Because I wouldn't say protects you wholly, but you can protect against accidental termination of your program if it were implemented as a service. So some things to consider there. Now, when it comes to a Delphi application, Delphi provides us as programmers with a good framework in which to write a service to accomplish a particular function. We don't have to write the boilerplate code to handle the installation, the uninstall type functions. Through the use of event handlers and properties, then we can just concentrate on the core functions of whatever our service needs to do. So in the case of, let's say, capturing data, say from a phone system, I can just worry about that function without having to worry about, well, what functions or do I need to call in order for my service to be installed. So the fact that we have this framework available to us, cuts down on some of the code that we need to write then. So to do that now, in order for us to now look at the what goes into a service, this might be a good time to go into Delphi before we start looking at the individual properties and so on. So just give me a moment and we'll see whether we can get into Delphi here. So just before we go on to that, if you look in the VCL manager here, service manager, you will find the different different structures and classes which make up that framework I was just mentioning to you. So when we have a service, and well, actually, we've already got one open. So what I might do here is to go through, how do I actually create a service, from scratch? And this particular task is very, very simple. So we'll just close everything down here. So File, New, and we'll select Other. And under Windows, under Delphi, there is a option for a Windows service. Just double click on that one. A message, in my case, pops up about, it uses or references the Visual Component Library. Do you want to enable it for this project? I will just say yes. And now we have the basics of a service, which we can now add onto. So if we go into Unit 1 here, we've got again that boilerplate code here, to which we can then add what we need. And I'm going to hit F12, and we're now at let's say this is the service itself, and here we can see all of the properties, such as whether or not we want to allow it to be paused, stopped, what are the dependencies, the display name, etc. Probably the few other ones to note before we go back to the slides are the service type, and the start type and the wait hint. The first property, which or the most crucial property, is, as far as I would think, is the display name. This is the name of the service as you see it in the control manager. It is a string, can handle up to 256 characters. I wouldn't have that many, but you want to make sure that it contains something meaningful to what the service does. It can be helpful also to prefix, if you've got multiple services, maybe to prefix them with your company name or similar. The one thing I will say about the a service is that within Delphi, that we cannot specify the service description, and if you want to do that, additional code needs to be, let's say, used or pulled from somewhere else. Dependencies are that's actually a container for other services or groups that you need to have started or want to have started before your service starts. So, for example, let's suppose you were wanted to ensure the database manager was running before you started because you needed to establish a connection, or let's suppose that you needed to let's say required the TSP, which requires a telephony service. You want to make sure that the telephony service is running. These are things which need to be running before your service starts. And so what will happen then is when the Windows goes to start your service, if these services are not running, it will start them and then it will come back to your service to continue. Interactive services. Generally, these today are seen as a no-no. Once upon a time, you might have code which would, let's say, start before Windows, so that's all fine. When the user logs in, could present a user interface to the user, giving some sort of feedback as to what was happening. Today, and obviously then if it were to be interactive, when the user logged off, you'd have to make your screen also vanish or close. This particular setting really only has any effect if you are just writing a Windows NT service, and as opposed to a device driver. So, and again, it if you were to look at that page referenced on the bottom here about enable service logon SM, it is not recommended, to use this particular setting here. The type of service we're writing is also important. It can be one of three values. We can either be writing a just a standard, let's say, standard Windows service. It could be writing a device driver, or we could be writing a file system driver. The default setting is a Windows 32 service, and you can pretty much, unless you are doing something lower level, just leave it the way it is. And if you want to know more about what happens underneath, you can have a look at this particular page on the Microsoft website about the create service API call. The start type. When you look in the Windows Control Manager, for instance, there is a column there which specifies like whether it's disabled, or it starts manually, or starts automatically, etc. So if a service is marked as automatic, or in the object inspector is set to ST auto, then your service will start automatically and will be started by the Service Control Manager when the system boots up, or sometimes shortly thereafter. There is an actual an order, like certain device drivers get loaded before everything else, but suffice to say, at boot up, your service will be started. A disabled service is a service that cannot be started. A manual service is a service that the control manager will start when the start service function gets called. So, for instance, if my service is set to manual, it is off until I explicitly start it somehow. And then the last two settings here are boot and system settings. These are for device drivers. The wait hint is perhaps one of the more important settings, I would say, in relation to writing a service or when the service starts up. This is the amount of time that can elapse between, let's say, a start, stop, pause type event operations and the service setting status with the Windows API. When you, let's say, went with any one of these actions, normally, if you're in this service control manager and you were to, let's say, start a service, if you ever see a message that says something along the lines of this service has failed to respond in a timely fashion, that typically means the service or your service has that wait time period has expired, and the program didn't, or the service did not tell Windows that it was still starting up, or it was actually doing some work. The way that you then stop Windows from, let's say, outputting a message like that to the user is sometime within that wait hint period you would call report status, and that sort of resets that timer. The default value in Delphi is 5 seconds, and again it's important to note that Delphi does provide a lot of the framework, so we don't need to worry about some of these complexities. So just to give you an example of a wait hint operation, let's suppose our service was starting up. We needed to make a database call to get a list of objects out of the system, and for each object do something with that before before the service actually started. So we might have a typical loop where we or query that opens. We do something with the row returned. We can then call report status before going on to the next record. In this particular scenario, or this particular case here, Windows will just keep chugging along, and you won't get the message about not responding in a timely fashion. And once let's say the start operation has completed, then everything is sweet to go. Going into the main unit, you can see I've added a timer in here, and for the display name, you can see that I've named it file purger service. I can put spaces in here if I want to, so let's do that. Because I don't specify, we're going to see this in a minute, but because I don't specify the start name or a password, the service will run under the local system account as opposed to a specified user. Now, the local system account, let's say, has certain restrictions on it, like it can't access, the network can't see shares, and so on. You'd need to look at the Windows documentation about that, whereas if you were to run it under a user account, then whatever permissions the user has, you get. The service type here, I've left that as a Windows 32 service because that's what it's going to be. It's nothing, we're not writing anything special that requires more permissions than that. The service type here, we'll leave that as auto. Keep in mind that when a service is set to start automatically, it does not start straight after you've installed it. You would then have to run it manually. The wait hint, I've left that at 5,000, but again, if you are doing intensive operations when the service starts or stops or is paused, you might want to consider increasing this value to something else. If we go look at some of the code here, this is the boilerplate code that was added by Delphi when the service was created, and I think now what we will do is go back to the slideshow now and have a look at what the events are that we might want to be setting or using. There are events for pausing or for continuing or stopping or starting a service. So the start event occurs when the service first starts and happens before an on execute event. A on stop event occurs when the service control manager, when you get, let's say if you're in when the service is stopped. So you may be opening up devices when the service starts, and if that is the case, then when the service is stopped, then you might close them down. For more information on the other events, then there's a link there to the wiki site there for Delphi. We're going to look more closely now at the onStart event. It has two parameters, the first one being the sender, which is the service, which is essentially will be self. And then we will, there's a flag to indicate whether or not the service started. It's this for me is typically used to initialize, anything that the service might want to use before it is actually running. If you are now, just to give you an example of this, let's say here I would be, if I'm writing say a service which again we're talking about data capture, shall we say, we might create a thread which handles that particular task, and the creation of that thread and maybe the starting of that thread would be done in the onStart event. Note that if the service cannot be started, then what we would do is to set started to false, and then we can log that, or write a message to the Windows log. At the very beginning of this presentation here, I mentioned that even though we don't have a user interface to present to the user, we do need to somehow convey information to Windows, to the user, about what's happening. One way of doing this is through the Windows event log. And and what I'm saying here also is that even if I would go so far as to say that when your service is started, I would also write a message to the Windows log to say, hey, I've started, everything's okay. There's nothing worse than for let's say network admin to come and say, ooh, why wasn't this server started? Let's say a half a day later, and realize information has been lost. The next event we're looking at here is the onStop event. Again, we have a sender and a stop parameter. The stop parameter is a var parameter. This service, or this particular event handler, is called when the service is stopped. And when the service is stopped, then we will want to take specific action like closing off any devices we may have opened, freeing memory, or terminating threads, etc. If the service cannot be stopped, then we would say that hey, we can't be stopped, and Windows can then report that it's stopping or still running, depending on how it's handled. Also, if the service is then actually stopped and it's successful, then we can log that, make sure that message gets logged to the Windows event log, so that the network admin knows what's happening on his computer. Again, there are other events which allow you to pause and continue to continue a service, and for those particular events I would suggest that you go and have a look at the Delphi pages on writing a service. In the previous two slides we've talked about writing messages to the Windows event log. The function to do that is the log message function. You'll see that the last three parameters are have defaults. The second parameter is the event type, which basically tells you whether or not it's an error event, a critical event, a warning, informational auditing, or whatever else. So by default, the message or the event type is an error type, so you may be setting that unless you have written your own functions to say information message versus warning versus whatever else. So, and for more information about the event types, then you can have a look at that particular page there to get more information. Okay, so what we're looking at here are the the service states, and we're going to look at basically how the Windows interacts with our service and how our service interacts with therefore Windows. So once the service has been installed, it's we start off in a stop state here on the left hand side, and basically then when the service is started and goes into a start pending state, then that's when our on start code is executing. And once our code has finished or is completed, the service goes into a running state. If the service could not start, well, obviously it would still be stopped. Once it is in a running state, then you may want to then stop the service, and in which case then the service goes into a stop pending state, and that's when our on stop code gets executed, and when it completes, then the service is in a stopped state again. So these and in this diagram here, these are the lines that are marked in black. When the service is running, we may also want to, there may be a case where the service needs to be paused. That is that is akin to, let's say, hitting a pause button in watching a game on your TV, or maybe watching a movie, where you don't want to destroy anything, but you just want it to stop doing anything, and in which case it goes into a pause pending state. And if you had an event handler for an on pause event, then that code gets executed, and on completion of that code the service is then in a paused state. To get it to run again, you would hit the continue option, and it goes into a continue pending state. Again, the on continue code of the service would then be executed, and once that's finished, the service is back in a running state. These are indicated by the grey lines on the diagram, and these are infrequently used in Windows, because the most common ones are the start and stop. So basically you can see here, or from this diagram then, how Windows will interact with our service by user actions to, let's say, start or stop the service, and how our where our code gets executed. And then in a similar manner, you can also see how our Delphi code is used or interacts then with the environment, and why things like using report status when our service is starting becomes very important. So We'll go on to the next slide now. So let's go and look at these particular events here in the service which we are writing. So if we just jump up to the top here, you will see that I've got an event handler to start a service, and an event handler to stop a service, and then I've just got some other settings below there. If we go, and I also note here that we do have a timer as well. So what's going to happen is the timer will be set to run periodically, and what it will do is to monitor certain directories for files which are older than a certain number of days, and if they are older than a certain number of days, then those files will be removed from the computer. This would be akin to maybe when I was, way back when I was at university, and the network admin people might have a function to purge, students, directories that, let's say, or temporary directories containing student files on a semi-periodic basis. So if we go and look at our start event here, then what I'm actually doing is to say I'm going to start the timer, and I'll say that it was successful, and like I said, I am logging an information type message. The next event you'll see just straight immediately underneath that is a stopped event where I'll say stopped equals true, and then I'm just going to again log an informational event. You looking at these two events here, you might say, well, I don't need that code there because it's not really doing anything. True, but in the context of a larger service where threads do get created, or you are working with, let's say, a multi-threaded type service, putting code into these events becomes important. And I may even put something like a, if I had exception handling in here, I may say started equals false, and it can do what it wants. You'll also, just as a side note, you'll see here that I have specified that we are using information type events. And if we go and look at those, it's going to come up now. You can see here it's in the WinAPI.Windows unit. You will see here the different types of events: a success event, a error event, a warning event, an information event, audit success, and audit failure. So jumping back to where we came from, then you'll note here that the timer will, like I said, I've set that to run after a certain interval, and what will happen here is when it runs, it's going to be doing something which we'll cover in a short bit, and then the timer gets restarted, etc. Once you have reached, or once you've added, say, those events in now, you are at the point where you can consider adding code into install your particular service. Then you can do it through the Service Control Manager as a command line app. You can do it through a custom installer if you had such, or you can, or we can actually, Delphi provides code which allows to run your program from the command line to perform the install and uninstall part sections. Also note that in our particular case here, services typically will be using have configuration settings. In our case, I'm not worried about having any particular user interface for that, but it will be just an ini file, which we will use Notepad to set up, say. But it is something else that needs to be considered when you write your service, and how will the user maintain any of the settings and configuration information. So if we want to install our service, what we will use is we can run our program with a /install as a command line parameter. And for example, we could say my service space /install, and that would then install the service. You then get a confirmation message if the service was successfully installed. There is also a /silent command line option, which you can use to suppress that visual indication that the service was successfully installed. The next action, shall we say, if you are, let's say you are testing the installation of your service, etc., then the next action you would want to take would be to uninstall the service, and you can do that with the /uninstall command line parameter. And by the way, you can use a dash or a slash as the on the command line. So we can say myservice.exe minus uninstall, and again, like the installation command, we can also run this silently, which suppresses the message that indicates the service was removed. For each of these commands, then, you need to also be running as an administrator account, because if you're running as a regular user, they typically won't have the necessary permissions to be able to install or remove a service. So what we'll do now is go to we'll go to the Services Control Panel applet, and we will also pull up a command line, and let's see what we have here. So at the moment, our file purging service is not in our services list, and we are now going to install it. So it's filepurger.exe/install. We get a message, and again we could use a silent to suppress that. Hit the OK button, and now if we go back into the Services Control Panel applet, refresh our list, you can see here that our service has been installed. Again, note the startup type is set to automatic, and it is currently not running, as I said before. We would need to start it up in order to get it into a running mode. The next function here is to uninstall, so I'll show that before we go back into Delphi. If we were to run the uninstall, use the uninstall command line parameter, you can see here how we've got an information message to say our service was uninstalled successfully. Keep in mind, all of this code here has been provided to us from Delphi. We haven't had to write anything at all, really, except we'll come up to our service in a moment. We go back to here, hit the F5 button. Our service is now gone. Now, here's the fun part. So I'm actually going to install the service again. And the reason is because once the service has been installed, providing the name isn't going to change, we can now change our program within Delphi, say, and compile it and then somehow debug it. So what we're going to look at now is some of the other code behind the timer and what it will do, and we're going to start looking at debugging in debug our Windows service to work out when things are going wrong. By the way, I'm not trying to take over any debugging session, but some of this stuff here is important when it comes to writing an NT service. So we're going back here into Delphi now. So what is our service doing? I said at the very beginning that we were going to write a service which will delete files which are older than a certain number of days. So to do this, what I'm doing is that every time this timer runs, I'm going to read the new settings. I'm going to do something here. If I've got a number of days and I've got at least one directory to look at or monitor, then something's going to happen where those files that meet the criteria will be removed. And then if that was successful, we will the timer gets restarted. If that doesn't work, well, then I'm going to log a message, and this message here will go into the Windows event log and provides the user with information as to what's happened or what went wrong. You will also notice here that I have some debug events. These are important, let's say, for you as a developer, whether or not you have them on site, whether or not they're controlled by configuration entry or not, that's totally up to you. So typically what I've got here is that, if we just go up to the top. So basically, once we've read our configuration, I am going to, let's say, write out to the Windows debugger, information, about what's happening here. So when we look at the configuration settings used by the program here, we can see that I'm telling myself, say, when the service was, how many days I'm looking at, what directories am I monitoring, and like I said, that goes to the Windows event log. In here, in the timer, I know my timer's running. I can see, let's say, if it comes into here, it'll be doing something. So let's go into here. I will also typically log what parameters I am getting from somewhere else. So I'm logging the directory here and the time. And again, what we're looking here for are files which are older than a particular date and time, and we are going to they'll get put into a list, and then the files in that list will be iterated through and deleted because they're the ones which we've meet the certain criteria. I will point out, however, that at the moment I am not making the service to delete any files because I want to be able to, for the sake of this particular demonstration, be able to, repeatedly show what happens then. Now you'll see here, like I said, we're using a debug message. So my debug message, it is nothing fancy, I will say. All it's doing is the Windows output, or the output debug string function provided by Windows that we are using. So now, well, how do we see that? How do we see what's going to happen then? If we have a tool like let's say debug view, which you can get from, I think it's from Microsoft. I know there are plenty of similar tools which basically provide debugging functions. Then what we can do here is to find our service then that we had written. We can then, I'm just going to make sure that we need to enable the Win32 and the global Win32, and then when we start our service, something happens, say here, and I'm now going to turn off these things. Here is what my service did between on the start in between the start and an actual execution of the service. So in my settings here, I've saying older than 14 days. I'm looking at a temp folder. That was by that log settings function. And then it called the delete files older than. I can see what the parameters are that were being passed in. And these here are the files that met the criteria. That function ended and it went back to the timer. So looking like a winner so far. What I can now, if you go back into the services control panel applet, it is still running. That's okay. However, if that is the case, then we will have a problem with compiling our program. So what we would do after, let's say, running our program or doing some testing, we can just stop the service and then go back into our Delphi environment for debugging, for programming purposes. The Windows event, now the next thing we need to cover then is the Windows event log. So we'll go here. You would have noticed in our service how we were using the log message function to say that our service has started or stopped. Now, for these particular messages, we need to go into the details tab here to look at what information was provided, to that log message call, and here you can see that. Okay, so we're coming towards the end of this particular session, and what I'm going to do is provide a summary of some of the things we've spoken about, and if you have any questions, feel free to hit me up. So basically what I want to say is that the Delphi's T service provides a good framework for writing a Windows service, because it encapsulates much of the complexity involved in writing a service, and it makes it easy, or provide not easy but a good starting point for the development of the service, because it already provides us with the code for handling the pausing, starting and stopping, etc. I'm just trying to get to here. So it provides us with allows us to write the event handlers for these different parts of the service. It provides us with error handling functions. It also gives us code to allow our service to be installed or uninstalled. And if you were to bundle that into an installer, it means you don't need to add any real code per se to the installation, except to run your service with the install command line parameter. It also provides us with properties here, which we can use to set the display name or the wait hint, which again, while it may seem like not much, it provides another level of convenience in writing the service. And you've also got that it allows for dependency management. So again, but also while it provides us with these functions here, the things that we can't do with an NT service is to provide a service description, and nor could we make it really into or easily make it into a service that's like a delayed start. The difference between, let's say, an automatic service versus a delayed start is that all the services which are automatic run first. After then, you would have the delayed start ones running. So basically, once you've got your service running, also think about what threads you need. If you need to use threads or not, and if you are using threads, make sure that you use them correctly and terminate them if your service has to stop. make sure that you include comprehensive error handling, so that to prevent, the service from failing and stopping. Similarly to, provide you with sufficient information to allow you to troubleshoot problems. The other thing which is also important when it comes to using Delphi and writing a service is to get familiar with, or be familiar with, the let's say units like the system unit, the classes unit, the sysutils, and the WinAPI unit. These particular units have a lot of functions which can be used for things like file I/O, error handling, string manipulation, etc. And in this service here, if I could by illustration here, this function here comes straight out of the Windows API. That's output debug string. With the delete files function, so actually this one comes from T directory, but it comes from I think this one comes from system.io utils. So and allows us also to provide a predicate function to filter out what we don't want to keep. It saves you from writing, it saves you from having to write, let's say, unnecessary code which your service might be using. And, if, all being well, we can trust their code rather than having to write our own code which does, let's say, the same thing. With that in mind, also because of the problems with, let's say, not so much with optimization, but that is important, performance considerations, make sure you are using efficient algorithms and data structures so that you are again not bogging down system resources, whether that's an SQL database or the CPU. And of course, with any project, try and reuse code where possible, because code that's been used and tested before makes your life a bit easier. So that concludes this particular session. Thank you for watching. Thank you to the makers of Delphi and CBuilder for giving me this opportunity to speak on about writing an NT service. I hope you were able to get a few things out of this, and I hope you have fun with your coding now and in the future. And if you have any questions, feel free to hit me up. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much. Bye.
I really must change that background that says the stream will start shortly, but I automatically put it on at some point and I forgot to take it off. Well done. Tim Coates also calls himself the Silver Coder. And I have some good news. Tim is with us live, despite the fact it's like 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. or something like that. Let me swap you in. There you go. Actually, producer Martha did that. Tim, now you have been introduced to the behind-the-scenes things that go on in the webinars, and I hope it was good for you. I appreciate you doing the video. It's a lot of effort. I know how much goes into these things. People don't realize that 1 hour of video actually takes you much longer. I don't know. Maybe you're really super slick here, but it takes you a lot of time.
No.
What time is it? What time is it over there for you?
Right now, it is 2:54 a.m.
Ooh, okay. that's
I did
pretty,
this just for you.
Tough. Yeah, well, it's 11:54. Martha says there's my video's blurry. All I can say is my video's looking fine to me. So Martha, maybe it's just you. Producer Martha is sending me secret messages in the background. Honestly, let's hope my video picks up in a second. Okay, well, I really liked your session, Tim.
Thank you.
And in fact, we can tell the world now, I think people are starting to scan your code, which is actually up there. But you are now an Embarcadero MVP as of about 2 days ago. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been about that. Yeah, and thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason behind that was I've been following your videos on YouTube, and people should. Oh, there you go. People should go to that channel. It's if they scan that barcode, it will take them directly to your channel. I think I've also got a link for it somewhere. Let me see if I've got it as well, because I've got all sorts of exciting things. Oh, I don't have one typed in at the moment, but if they go to there, they'll see it.
At SilverCoder70.
There you go. YouTube. So youtube.com at SilverCoder70. Yeah. And Tim, you know,
Not
he
quite
records a lot
my
of
age.
content. Yeah, no, same as me. But you record quite a lot of content. I was very interested to see that you use Debug View as well for the login, because actually I use Debug View as well, and I thought I was one of the few people that thought it was great. But the more I come across people like you, I find that it's one of those things that's essential. Do you use it a lot, or is it a recent thing for you? Or
no, it's been around forever, as far as I'm concerned. I think I would have started. Look, for NT services for me would have started in about 2000 and something. We'll say, you know, very early. Because before then it would have been, I can't remember what I would have done before then, but before then it was TSRs, but we'll skip over that. So look, it's very early in the piece that you need something where you can, let's say, be able to pop your service into let's say debug mode and be able to see what it's doing. So yeah. I think those sorts of tools become crucial to knowing what your program's doing, whether it's in a development environment or whether you can have to do it live not live, but on a customer side.
Yeah. I mean, that's actually, I have to write quite a lot of services as well, and that's exactly why I use Debug View, because you can do it in the IDE, and there's different ways of connecting up, debugging and stuff like that. But Debug View just makes it easy. I don't know whether you, I mean, like myself, you're a little bit older than 21, shall we put it that way. Did you ever have those monitors that used to sit next to your screen? The monochrome. So you're looking as if you don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Maybe I'm even older than I think. But you used to have these kind of green screen monitors, and what you could do was plug it into the back of a PC with a separate video card, and it was like I forget what they were called, not Sound Blaster type things, but you could plug it in, and that was your debug viewer. It printed it out to that screen.
No.
And that's where Debug View comes from. It's actually, you can physically plug in a second monitor into a PC, and it's like a kind of dumb terminal, and all it shows is the text output from Debug View. I don't know whether you know that, but
No,
Debug View is just the graphics equivalent of that. So, there you go.
I just had an early question there by, I think it was Paul, asking about services on other platforms. My only comment to that one really is, if you're going to be looking at, let's say, something like Linux, it's going to be a daemon, and no, you don't have to do all the magic you do on Windows to make things work. A Linux daemon is essentially just a program that gets pushed into the background. So I'm going to say nothing really special there.
Yeah, and Paul's a fellow Aussie as well, by the way.
I know.
Yeah, you know him, do you?
No. He sent me an email tonight about something else. So,
okay.
We've been trying to catch up, over the last days,
Yeah, I actually somewhere, I don't know where I've got it, but here it is. This is going to blow your mind. Because on my shelf, I have to put it on my shirt, otherwise it won't show up. But that is the Australian Delphi user group. Martha says my video is blurry, so maybe it won't show up. But it's a Australian Delphi user. Oh, see, it's not going to work now. Australian Delphi user group.
You can see it.
Mug, yeah. So that came all the way from Australia, and that was one of the guys from Nexus DB who will be talking at some point as well. But he was over in Amsterdam and handed it to me when he was there. So, and that has travelled a long way, and I was very careful to make sure it came back. Well, look, we have to go to Richard next because we kind of messed up the sessions, but I just wanted to thank you, first of all, for staying up and still being awake.
I woke
and
up.
Hopefully, hopefully you get to go back to sleep at some point. I really enjoy your stuff on YouTube. Yeah, well, I really enjoy your stuff on YouTube, and you know, I look forward to, you know, we're going to bump into each other as you become more active as an MVP in our little secret MVP cabal groups that we have and stuff like that. But you know, keep doing what you're doing because you're very popular. And
if I could just ask one thing, if people do have any ideas about what they might like to see for videos, feel free to let me know at least. Otherwise, make it work through the network somehow so it gets to me, because, you know, basically the content is only good if it's, you know, works for you or the people in the community. So yeah, please let me know.
And if they email me and mention you, if they say, "Oh, it's the Australian guy who talked about the services," if I can't remember who you are exactly, but if you want to send a message to Tim, I'll make sure they get passed on as well. So you know, I haven't got Tim's email up on the screen, but you know, we'll make sure to promote you. All right. Well, thanks a lot.
Solutions@gmail. So yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Tim, and we'll speak to you soon. Okay, so the next person coming up is Richard Hatherall, and I have to apologise to Richard because apparently it's bedtime for his children, and we messed up the video order and got him in trouble with his other half. So never mind. Tim was worth it. I really liked his session on Windows services. So we're going to swap over now to Richard Hatherall, who is going to talk about empowering your apps with AWS. We'll be back soon.
This is Empowering Your Apps with AWS. It's an introduction to AppSept AWS SDK for Delphi. I'm Richard Hatherall from AppSept. I am the author of the AppSept AWS SDK for Delphi. You may be aware of my open source project available on GitHub, Delphi WebMox. WebMox enables testing of HTTP client interactions with dUnitX. I'm also the author of Chat Health, a messaging platform that powers messaging services offered by the National Health Service in the UK. Let's quickly go over what we'll talk about in this session. First, we'll have a quick overview of what AWS is. Then we'll talk about what you'll need to make use of AWS. We'll look at a series of demos that I hope will inspire you to power up your applications with the services offered. We'll take a look at how you use it in its simplest forms. Then we'll have a walkthrough of the services currently supported by the AppSept AWS SDK. Then we'll have an overview of the general features that the SDK provides and see how it supports you in working with AWS. And last, we'll check out where you can get access to the AWS SDK. So, what is AWS? It's Amazon Web Services. It launched its first cloud service in 2004. It is the leading cloud platform. So that's all great, but what can I do with it? So you can deploy virtual infrastructure in the cloud as if it were your own. You can build from the network up, deploying virtual machines and connecting services to support your applications. You can also host an application. What I mean by that is you don't need to worry about the details of the network and other infrastructure. You can take an application you have developed and use a service to host that application which takes care of all the details for you. What we're here to talk about though is how to empower your applications with the many powerful services offered by AWS. These services often encapsulate features too difficult for small developers to implement themselves. They offer opportunity to really boost your own application's functionality. So, what do I need? Well, you're going to need Delphi, of course, because it's an AWS SDK for Delphi, and that's what we're talking about. You're also going to need an Amazon Web Services account. And then you're going to need an SDK, and that's where Accept comes in. So let's jump straight in and take a look at some demos. First, we'll take a look at Amazon Cognito. So Amazon Cognito is actually a collection of services for identity provision. So you've got user pools, which are an identity provider. That allows you to have a managed list of or directory of users for your applications. And there's identity pools, which are ways to take an identity from a signed-in user and assign credentials by federating those users' identities into the Amazon Web Services platform. Let's jump straight in and have a look at that. Okay, so jumping straight into the Cognito demo, if I run this, we'll see this form come up with a message saying guest user access. So this is actually loading from a document on Amazon S3, and I've been granted access to this object by Cognito's federated credentials. I'll quickly jump us into the Amazon Cognito console here and show you. So there's two sides to this. First of all, there's the user pool, and you can come in here and you can create a user pool, and you just run through a wizard and answer some questions, and you've got a new identity user pool, and the user pool is your directory of users. So if I look here in this user pool, I can see there are users that I've set up here. You can define groups, you can change the sign-in experience and sign-up experience for like self-service and things like that. You can change messages that go out to people at the appropriate times, and you can configure application integration, and we'll see more of this later. And there's advanced security and more advanced user pool properties as well. So this is how you configure your sign-in experience. And then there's the identity pool side. And the identity pool side, so if we look at this identity pool to go along with that, this is configured. If we go to user access, you can see I've configured this authenticated access here, which has a role that is granted to authenticated users. But I've also configured down the bottom here a guest user access, and this has a different role that is associated with it. So if people aren't signed in who are talking to this identity pool, they'll get permissions based on whatever is in this role. So this is what's happening. If we switch back now to our demo app here, we've fetched this document out of S3 based on the permissions granted to us from that identity pool. So if we sign in now and we use one of the users that was in the user pool associated with the identity pool, we can, if I remember the password correctly, there we go. So it's now issued me a different set of credentials, which has given me access to different resources. And in this case, I'm loading another document which has authenticated user access. If I want to, in fact, I'll show you this. So this is something to bear in mind if you are going to use this, because the user interface. So if I sign out again, that signs us out, returns us back to where we were. If I sign in, this user interface looks pretty blank and basic. This can all be customized with CSS, and you can add a logo into this grey panel here. So it doesn't have to look quite as dull as this, but because this is a web interface, if you configure your user pool with multi-factor authentication, you don't need to create any user interface to deal with that, or any logic in your application to deal with that. It all gets taken care of here, and I should point out that this is a T web browser effectively here that's embedded within this component. We have a component I'll show you in a second which actually encapsulates that, so it's not just a T web browser, because there's a bit more going on than that. But if I sign us back in, the reason I mention it's a web browser is because if I then so we're now authenticated, but if I close this and I rerun this application, and we've got guest user access apparently, but if I hit sign in now, we have authenticated user access, and I wasn't challenged for a username and password, and that's because the web session that Cognito has is still active, is still valid. So it just let me sign back in immediately without any more challenges, because it's under the that is web technology. So it's worth bearing in mind that you might, in some scenarios, you might want to have something to deal with that. Eventually, this web session will expire, and by default, a Cognito web session, I believe, is 1 hour long. So so it's not indefinite. Let's sign back out here, and if I show you the authentication form. So on it there is this panel here, which is a Cognito hosted UI, and it's got a series of options that you need to specify. It's got a domain, it's got a client ID, and it's got a client secret, and it's got a redirect URI. So they're the core things you need to set. There are some more options that you might need to set depending on your use case, but they're the key ones. And if we just have a look back in the if we go back to the user pool and we go back to the app integration section, you'll see that actually all these values are here. So Cognito domain, so that value there, you just copy that and you paste that onto the domain property. And if you go into the app client list, let's go into this one here, you have the client ID here, and you have a client secret here. Now, the client might not be a confidential client, it might be a public client, in which case you won't have a client secret. That's fine, you don't need to paste that in. And the other thing to note is you have there's a configured hosted UI callback URL. So this is important for the component. So you need to define a callback URL, typically as a custom URL scheme like this, myapp://demo, and you would take that value and you paste that into the redirect URI, and that's what the Cognito hosted UI component will be listening for to receive its authentication details. So that is Cognito. Very simple to set up and use in your Delphi application. There are a lot of advanced areas of the configuration on the Amazon side, but it's really trivial to integrate that with your Delphi apps. Next, we're going to take a look at Amazon Polly. Amazon Polly is Amazon's text-to-speech service. It allows you to provide it some text, and it will return you a file, an audio file that will play that text back. Okay, so let's take a look at this PolySpeak demo. This demonstrates AWS Polly, their Amazon's text-to-speech engine. If I quickly run this, you'll see here. First thing we do is we ask it to load a list of the voices that we have access to, and you'll see there's a big long list here. Voices with different characteristics, male, female, in lots of different languages. I'm going to select Matthew here, which is a US English male voice, and I'm going to just paste in some text here, and let's hear what it says.
Hello Dev Days of Summer 2024.
Okay, that was exactly as you'd expect. It's slightly robotic, but we can improve that. If you're prepared to spend a few fractions of pennies more, we can enable neural, and this enables the same voice. Not every voice supports neural, and if you select a voice in the list that doesn't, this option won't be here, or it'll be grayed out. But this voice does. So if we select neural, we can now hit speak again.
Hello Dev Days of Summer 2024.
And hopefully you heard that it was a bit more rounded out, a bit more natural, less robotic. If you need to control how it says the text with a bit more precision, then there's this option here, enable markup SSML. And the SSML is a speech markup language, and let's have a look. If I paste in something here, let's see this. This demonstrates what we're talking about. So you notice you have to put in these speak tags and things, but let's listen to this.
A bear walks into a bar and says, "I'll have a gin and tonic." The bartender looks at him and asks, "Why the big pause?" The bear replies, "I was born with them."
So I didn't necessarily give it the greatest joke, but it does demonstrate what I wanted to show here, which is if you need to insert things like pauses, you can do that with SSML. So that's the AWS Polly service running through our PolySpeak demo. This is a very simple demo. If we have a quick look in the speak action, you'll see what we do here is we have a request and a response, and we create a request, and we set a series of options on that request, and then we ask the Polly client to synthesize speech and return the response for us. And we say if the response is successful, we save the content of that to a file, and we ask then the media player here to load that file and play it. It's as simple as that. Next, we'll take a look at Amazon Textract. Amazon Textract is a service for extracting text out of images or documents. So you can provide it a photo, and if it can detect text in that, it will tell you what that text is and whereabouts in the image it is. Okay, this is the AWS Textract demo. Textract is for extracting text from image documents. If I quickly run this demo and show you how it works, we're going to open an image document. This is an image, a photo I took while I was in Schiphol Airport while traveling to Amsterdam for the Delphi Summit. And shout out to Marco and everyone else at GDK. Thank you, it was a great summit. If you didn't manage to make it there, I believe they are planning another for next year, so I hope to see you there. So anyway, if we hit detect document text here, we get a list of content it's managed to detect. So if we go to this top element here, you can see I use the information it returned to outline the information that it detected, and in this case on this item it's the page. It's detected a page of text here. And if I go down to the next one, taxi, it's hard to see, but that's actually detected that little taxi on the top of that icon. And then if I click taxi information, it's detected this line of text, taxi information, and so on throughout the document. So if I show you how that's done, it's super simple from an AWS point of view. Again, we use a Textract client and request and response. So we create a request and we populate the document with a Textract document from file, and we give it the input document file name, and then we ask the client, the Textract client, to detect document text with that request, and we retrieve the response. And if the response is successful, we just set we have a property on this form called current blocks, and we set the blocks from the response onto that. And if I just go down here, you'll see that we have some code here. The more complex part of this code is actually using the response information to draw the polygons around the elements in the document. The AWS part of this is super simple. Okay, let's move on to Amazon Translate. Amazon Translate can take text from one language and translate it into another of Amazon supported languages. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is AWS Translate. So the Translate service does exactly as you would expect. We've all seen things like Google Translate. If you give it some text, and I've set the source language to auto, so hopefully it will detect that is French, and we get the English translation. Really simple. The languages here, we populate these lists from a request because the languages could potentially change from time to time as Amazon support more languages. So we query the service to say what languages do you support, and so we populate both of these lists. On the source though, we give this option of auto, which isn't obviously returned in the response, but it's a flag that you can set on the request when you do a translation. If you don't know what language you're coming from, if you specify auto, it will detect, and the response to that will then tell you what language it detected, which is how we set here in this display label the language code FR. Okay, now we'll move on to Amazon's Simple Storage Service, or S3. This is probably Amazon's most popular, most famous of its services. Let's take a look. Okay, so here on the S3 Explorer demo, it demos a number of features of the Amazon Simple Storage Service S3. If I quickly run this demo, let's have a look here. So it gives you an Explorer-like interface, and you can select from your available buckets. So I'm just going to choose this demo bucket here, and if I expand the paths here, we can see we've got a documents folder, an image folder, and an uploads folder. If I want to upload a new document here, so I'm going to, or an object in S3 terms, I'm going to select a file here. This video is just shy of 200 megabytes. And if I hit open, you'll see straight away that an upload progress happens. And if I just expand this up, you'll see it's reporting back status of not just one upload, it's doing multiple parts because the file exceeds the parameters that allow it to do a multi-part upload. And doing a multi-part upload increases your efficiency. So when you're operating in the cloud and you've got network connections to be concerned with, there are times that network connections are faulty. So something somewhere goes wrong, and a request fails. But if you're uploading gigabytes of files, then if one of those parts fails, or if you're doing it as one big block, say you're uploading 100 gigabytes, then it would be very inefficient. You have to start again from the beginning. So as a multi-part, if one of these parts fails and you have an automatic retry policy enabled, then it will automatically retry the part individually. And as long as eventually that part succeeds, the whole upload succeeds. So you won't unnecessarily re-upload potentially many gigabytes of data that you don't need to. So if we have a quick look at this under the hood, there's quite a lot going on in the S3 Explorer demo. So I would say it's worth going and checking this demo out and looking at how to work with S3. S3 is one of Amazon's largest, oldest, and potentially most complex services to interact with. We help you out a great deal with utilities to simplify some of the tasks like multi-part, and I'll show you how we do that now. So if I open the upload form and the form.file upload, and we go and look at the code in this, so this is the upload file function or procedure, and I'll just quickly point out that we run this I'll point out first that we're using a TS3 object. So we're not interacting with the client directly. We're not asking it directly to put an object somewhere. We are using TS3 object because it's one of our model objects that has some business logic embedded in it. It helps you access most of the functions that you would want relating to an object. So it represents, when you create an object, it represents an object in a bucket. So you give it the bucket that it's stored in, and you give it the key, which is effectively the path to the file or object, as I say in S3 terms, and you optionally give it a configured client. You don't have to give it a client. If you don't give it a client, it will construct one for you. But in this case, we hand it a client because we have one already configured for this application. So it's more efficient for us to use that client here. And then we use ttask to run the upload in a background thread, because a long-running function is going to block the main UI thread. So we put it in the background, and within the background thread, we ask the object to upload a file, and we give it the path of the file on disk that we want to upload, and we have a parameter here which is use temp files. And using temp files, if the file needs to be broken up into multi parts, because by default we don't break up every file. We only break them up based on some logic, which is, by default, it is files less than 100 meg don't need to be broken up. Once you're over 100 meg, they will be broken up into small chunks. And you can configure that in the SDK. There are ways to configure that. But one of the things you need to consider is whether you want to use temp files or not. If you're running on a platform that is constrained by memory or disk I/O, if you use temp files, it will pre-break up the file into temporary files that will then be uploaded, and it will automatically clean those temporary files up for you at the end. Or if you don't want to use disk storage, and you have enough memory, obviously you wouldn't necessarily recommend it for super large files, but if you've got enough memory for the types of uploads you're going to be doing, you can set the use temp files to false, and it will just do it all in memory for you, saving you that disk bandwidth. And then we have a callback here, and the callback returns to us the status of each part as it's happening. The upload file will automatically asynchronously break up the list of parts, and it will, depending on the resources, how many CPUs and so on you have, or how many cores on your CPU you have, it will only upload based on what resources you have available. But those parts are going to report back their status asynchronously, which is why we then have to, in this, we queue back, because we're going to update the user interface here. We use tthread to queue back the update to the user interface, which is where we have these functions here to upload to update the part progress. And I won't show you the details of that because it's just it's regular Delphi user interface code. So basically, by the end of this upload file procedure, it will have uploaded the file. If everything worked, it will have uploaded the file, and it will have automatically cleaned up the any temporary files and things like that it needed to do as a part of that process. Like I say, there are multiple areas in the SDK where we provide these convenience routines, and while there's also business logic here that you might maybe think, oh well, I don't really want to actually break up. Maybe I'm happy to not break up files up to, I don't know, 250 meg, 500 meg or something. We have super fast connections these days. You think maybe that's okay. There are ways to configure all of these parameters. I won't go into those details right here, but you can set your own parameters for these things. Okay, and now let's put it all together. We'll take a look at a demo called Read What You See. Okay, so we've seen the services demoed individually, but let's now take a look at Read What You See, which is a demo which shows putting together multiple services to make some functionality that is greater than the sum of the parts. So if we run this demo, and I'm going to open a file, and I'm going to open one of the demo images from that I used for Textract, but I'm going to open, instead of in English, I'm going to open the same display information in a different language. So I don't understand this language, of course. So this app I've made allows me to click on parts of the image, and it's going to translate and read it to me. So if I click here,
taxi information.
So it's used Textract to detect all of the image text, and when I click on the image,
trip to Amsterdam city centre.
It says what was the image, what was the text at the coordinates where I clicked the image, and it takes that and it uploads it to translate, and it translates to the whichever language I've selected here, and then once it gets a response from translate, it sends that content, the translated text, up to AWS Poly, which will generate text to speech, which returns me an MP3 file, which I then play out. So I can click away to my heart's content, and I can understand what this sign is telling me here.
Trip takes.
Nice.
25 minutes. Place 4. 1 to 7 people with luggage.
Excellent. That's all I need to know. So that was Read What You See. So go and check out the code from the samples repository. To make this easier for you, I broke all of this code up into 3 data modules. So the main form calls each function in turn at the appropriate moment, and you've got 3 data modules. You've got the first thing is the text extraction data module, and this, if you look at the code here, it has all of the functions used by the app for extracting text and finding out, selecting text at a given point. And then, so not text to speech. Let's have a look at the translate next. So on the translate, we have a set of functions that are needed for actually performing the translation. And on the text to speech, we have some functions here, some properties and functions to convert text to speech. So you can go and look in the demo repository and check out how all of this is working. But yeah, there you go. That's Read What You See. Okay, so we've seen these demos, and you've seen some of the code in these demos. But let's just take a quick breakdown of how do I actually use it. So we have a listing of code here called list S3 buckets. It's a console application, and it replicates the functionality of one of AWS's command line utilities. So if you had the AWS command line utilities installed, if you typed AWS S3 LS, it would list out the buckets that your account has access to. And we replicate that here. So on line 9, you will see the first thing we do is we add a service unit to the users clause. So this is the same for all of the services. It's the same pattern. So it's AWS dot the service name, in this case S3, but it could be AWS dot Poly for the Poly text to speech engine. And then down on line 14, we are defining a variable for an interface to the S3 client. So this is IS3 client in this case. If it was poly, it would be the same naming convention. It would be iPoly client. Then down on line 19, we're assigning that variable an instance of the TS3 client. So that's the actual class that's going to talk to S3 for us. In this case, we're not providing anything, any more details to it, so it's configured entirely as default. And then on line 22, we are asking the S3 client to list the buckets, and we're assigning the result of that to a response variable. On line 25, we just iterate over the bucket names that were returned in that response, and we are outputting them to the console. And it's worth mentioning as well, we have scoped exceptions. So down on line 14, you see that we catch specifically the ES3 exception, which is catching all S3 related exceptions within the application. We're not doing anything particularly special with it here. It's just here to demonstrate that you can do that. And the output of this is effectively identical to the output that you would see from AWS's own command line utility. So now you've seen how to use it, let's have a look at the supported services. So in the application integration category, we have Amazon Simple Notification Service. SNS, as it's known for short, is a really simple service that allows you to have one interface for talking for delivering notifications to your applications wherever they may be, and that can include the mobile push notification services that you typically use on iOS and Android. So that's Apple Push Notification Service, that's Firebase cloud messaging, and other push notification services, as well as delivering push notifications to other mechanisms such as HTTP endpoints and so on. So we offer support for that. The other service in this category is the Simple Queue service. So SQS allows you to push payloads into a queue. So if you want to have a background job do something in the cloud that you're going to have a program somewhere else, if you actually consume and do the work for you, you can use SQS to just feed the job data into a queue and then have it consumed elsewhere. Then if we have a look at the business applications category, we support the Simple Email Service, SES. This actually allows you to send and receive messages, but typically as application developers, we're normally mostly interested in the ability to send emails. So that might be marketing emails, or it might be transactional emails like like welcome messages to your new application account, things like that. In the cryptography and PKI category, we support the AWS Key Management Service. On its own is not that interesting, but combined with other services that have cryptographic features, it's a useful service to have access to. Then in machine learning category, we have a series of services. We have the Poly text-to-speech service, which we've already seen in action. We have the textract service, which again you've seen extract text from image documents. We have transcribe, which is a service for transcribing audio tracks into text. And we have Amazon Translate, which is their translation service. Then under security, identity and compliance, we have Amazon Cognito. You've seen two of those services within Cognito, user pools and identity pools. There is actually a third service as well, which is Cognito Sync, which is for taking small data sets associated with a user identity. So you can then, like say, for example, synchronize user preferences across devices. We also have the AWS Secrets Manager. So if you, and most applications these days at some point need to store some secrets, whether that's passwords or other sensitive information. So you can use the Secrets Manager to securely store those bits of information. You can also use the AWS Security Token service, which most of the time isn't directly interacted with. It's used all of the time in the AWS SDK. It provides facilities such as the ability to assume roles, allowing your user to behave as a different user, which isn't necessarily needed to be directly interacted with, but it can do that for you in a number of scenarios. You can, of course, choose to interact directly if you have a more advanced use case. And then we've got the storage category. We support the Amazon Simple Storage service, which allows you to store huge amounts of data on a very resilient, reliable platform, globally distributed as well. So let's have a look at the features that the SDK provides. First of all, I should mention it's built on top of the system.net.http client, which is Delphi's core built-in HTTP client. And that's important because that means it's compatible with all Delphi supported target platforms. So whether you're on Windows, Linux, Mac, iOS, Android, the SDK can work for you there. We provide direct mappings of all features for implemented services. So all of the services that we have implemented are, when we deliver them, they are feature complete. Obviously, AWS is a moving target. They add new features from time to time. Things change. We try and keep up with that, but it's a very large platform. So if you ever notice there's a discrepancy when something missing, or ping us an email and we will try and get that updated. But we do try and stay on top of that. So we honor the AWS configuration. So Amazon Web Services own tools. So whether it's a command line tool or whether it's their own SDKs, they have a standard way to configure those tools, and it's consistent across all of their tools. So we work in the same way. We load that same configuration data, whether it's from shared files in the common AWS locations, whether that's through environment variables. So if you've got a task that's running on an EC2 instance or a Docker task running on ECS, you will often find applications being configured through environment variables, we support that. We also support the platform services that Amazon supports. So if you're deployed on EC2, there are platform services that provide credential information to your application at runtime, which means you don't have to bake in credentials into your actual application. You can dynamically load them in. We have automatic credential resolution, just as I mentioned. We look in all of the typical places for your credentials and load them as appropriate. We automatically refresh those credentials as well, because credentials are not typically long life on AWS. They normally are short life with an ability to refresh, as long as the conditions are met for refreshing. We have scoped exceptions, which means if you are working with a handful of services, but you want to respond to different service errors in different ways, like you need to handle, say, errors that came from S3 in one way, but errors that came from, say, translate in a different way, then we provide scoped exceptions so you can catch those specific categories, or down to the specific error that you're looking for. We do have automatic retries based on policy. So this is a thing that is typical, or it's common of Amazon's own SDKs. There are configuration settings that define how your retries should be performed, and on retriable errors we will honor that same configuration within the SDK. We have convenient utility classes that help you to do things like perform complex or asynchronous actions, things that are sometimes a little bit too much work for like a one-line interaction. We've made utilities to help, and you've already seen that in the S3 Explorer demo earlier, which made use of the S3 model objects, which use under the hood. They use utilities like the S3 uploader class, which takes care of multi-part uploading. So that's doing an upload with lots of requests under the hood. So it takes care of all of those details for you. Also, there are times where you need to build complex data structures, like in Amazon's identity and access management. Permissions are granted to users and roles and groups and so on through a JSON structure, an IAM policy document, and we provide utility classes to help you build that up in Pascal without having to directly interact with the JSON. We have IDE integrated AWS configuration manager. So under the tools options, under the third party section, there is an Accept AWS SDK, and that will give you access to your AWS configuration on your machine, which allows you to define profiles and be able to switch between profiles within the IDE. So you can also then debug your application with different profiles. So if you wanted to test your application with a profile that doesn't have access to certain services, or has only limited access in a particular area, then you can define different profiles to help you conveniently switch. We also have IDE integrated help. So anywhere you see one of the symbols from the SDK, you can highlight it and hit F1 and get help on that particular feature. We also provide components for FMX and VCL. You would have seen earlier the Cognito hosted UI components. We've got more in the pipeline for this. So you've seen what we offer now, and you may be interested in getting the SDK. And those of you with an active Embarcadero Delphi or RAD Studio Enterprise or Architect subscription may be pleased to find that you can already get it through Get It. So go check out the Get It package manager, and you should see the Apcept AWS SDK there available for you. There are also standard and professional editions coming soon for those who don't have that subscription. It's very nearly ready for release. Stay tuned for news, and if you want to register your interest, you can pop over to our website, www.apcept.com, go and register your interest, and when we make these new editions available, we will send an email out to you. So that was empowering your apps with AWS. There are some details here if you want to get in touch with us, and there is a GitHub link there that gives you access to all of the samples that you've seen today in this talk, and some more as well. So go and check those out. Have a play around. I hope you enjoy working with the SDK. Thank you.
You can get it via Get It. That's today's phrase, isn't it? I love it. And joining us live in the studio is Richard. Hello, Richard.
Hello.
See, we got you on your multi-cam view in the background. Everybody would have seen you sort of like zooming around and stuff like that. There's a bit of an echo, actually. I think you might have, if you've got the YouTube thing playing, you might have to pause it.
I don't have the... I know. How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. I can't hear it. Oh no, actually, I still just very briefly can
a little
hear
bit.
It.
Oh, hold on.
We're just zapping the echo, everybody.
Trying to tweak the controls. How about now? Is that better?
Actually, I can still hear a little bit.
Oh,
it's my voice that I can hear, which is not good.
Hold on. Sorry.
Richard unfortunately uses that terrible hardware from Apple, which is awful quality, and that's what happens with these things. Yeah, it's still I can still hear it just playing around.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. It's not Apple's awful hardware in this case. It's Apple's awful software, because I'm signed in through Safari, and I've just gone into the settings and of this Restream we're using, and it says noise suppression isn't available through.
There you go. You see, so that's one issue.
If I'd known, to note to other speakers, don't use Safari.
I think that's a rule anyway. No, I mean, I'm an Apple fan, so there's a little bit of an echo, but I think I should be clear enough. It's going to be fine. So lots of people commenting on your stuff. I'm going to put the QR code up again so that they can go to it. As you joked around, but meaningfully, your stuff is available via Get It. So if they go into the IDE, if they've got a paid version and go to Get It, then they'll be able to get.
You're not the only British poet on this channel.
I know, right? Very impressed. Yeah. I've got some questions here which came up. So rather than me talk, if I pull those questions up, because there are a few relevant ones. So Patrick Premontan, I said I wasn't going to talk, but I'm going to anyway. Do you deliver the source code with your SDK? You did say the answer to this, but I'll let you reiterate it.
So the Embarcadero edition that comes through Get It, that has source code with it. when it's installed, it's pre-compiled for all platforms, so it should install nice and quickly. But the source code is accompanying it. I've got 2 editions that are about to be released any day now. I've been saying that for a couple of weeks, but like, people keep coming and asking me for videos and things. So
stop being good, and we won't ask you anymore.
So we I've got a standard edition and a pro edition that is coming out very soon. The standard edition will be binary only, but it will be priced much cheaper, and the professional edition will have source code with it, and priced appropriately. So
and Daniel Fernandez, I'm going to get his name wrong because he's got. I'm guessing Dan. I'm pretty certain you're Brazilian, if I remember correctly, which is why you have several names, because it seemed to be the Brazilian way of doing things. Brits barely have one name. But it's Daniel Fernando Gonzalez Pena. I think I'm saying that properly. And he said this, which is not really a question, although he asked a lot of questions, which is he's saying there's lots of other scenarios we can explore the SDK in. And he said, thank you for your good disposition, which is, I know to mean, thank you for your good demonstration. And, good job, because I've seen you a few times. Obviously, we know each other quite well, and every time I've seen you present, afterwards there's a bunch of people go, "Oh, that was really good," and "Oh, I loved your SDK," and stuff like that. And don't forget what we said. We produce an app to do. Do you remember? Not a hot dog. Yeah, not exactly. Dog. Yeah. I was saying now, and someone will copy us, and they'll beat us to it. But
we'll do not a something. We'll find something we can make an app on.
What a cucumber! Yes, that's the one. Yeah. But I think the thing is that, as we kind of mentioned during the chat, actually these services, joking apart, are incredible. The one, for example, that you can do the text extract, which you show the demo of there so well, and then the Poly voice, which I actually like. I really like Amazon Poly. I think choosing the right voice is kind of key to getting a natural sound, but and you have to tweak some of the words if you got some specific weird name like Barker, which it chokes on for some reason. But I can definitely see, the potential for an app there where you take the text, extract it from an image, put it through Amazon Poly or whatever, and through the conversion, the translation tool that then translates it to a different language and then gets it to speak that foreign language is quite an incredible thing that actually would be possible with Rad Studio.
Yeah.
And your AWS SDK.
People in other languages are, where they've got access to Amazon's own tools, are doing incredible things with these cloud services. And this is really what I wanted to bring to Delphi. When it might not have been a story outside of the UK, I don't know, but when I think the last royal wedding, whenever it was, had an incredible amount of celebrities show up to it, and I know AWS was contracted to I think to the BBC and probably to other people to use their services to do near real-time recognition of people, so they could provide data to the presenters, talking about all the people attending the wedding and things. So these services, whenever you combine them up with streams of data and with when you're taking multiple services and rearranging how they work together, they can create so many different things.
Yeah, and as Patrick said, who is always super active on the chat, this is how he became the Delphi superstar that he is. But we've both met Patrick and know him quite well. But as he said, AI can do many great things without stealing things from creators. stealing is a harsh word, I think, to use. I think it's learning from people's content. But yeah, I can see how, if it's learning from your source code and regurgitates your source code as kind of.
I mean, without getting into a debate about the legalities of that, but I mean, obviously, source code being copyright and having permissions granted
or music
or not, then it could be that even just the fact that it is learning from your code could be classed as theft. But so in that respect, yes. But I think what he's trying to say here is there are aspects of AI where it's improving our our current situation, not necessarily just taking or whatever you would.
Yeah, the real-time recognition of celebrities could prove to be a problem for the celebrity if they're trying to keep on incognito. If they're walking through an airport and they've got these big black glasses on and they've got you've seen them all walking around like this trying to go, I'm not here, and then some AI goes, oh, there's Richard Gere. It's like, I mean, I know how that would be. I'm sure
that was quite a reach. Richard Gere, what?
Hey, don't knock Richard Gere. He's a guy. But you know what I mean. But whoever it is, I mean, if AI is contributing towards the stalking of someone, even if it wasn't someone famous, if it was an ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend or even a boss that you want to find out what he does on his weekends off or her weekends off, then you can see how there would be negative uses for it. But at the same time, bringing two people together, I use Microsoft Translate all the time. And I joked whilst we were chatting off screen about being British, therefore we don't need to learn another language. I say, speak loudly at someone. But actually, the Microsoft Translate does a very good job of, if I go to Holland, like Amsterdam, like we both did, and I can speak English and it regurgitates it into Dutch or whatever language, is very, very useful. My dog's barking now, so. But I think it's great. Your libraries are great. Your SDK is a work of art. What people don't realize, anybody that's watching this, is how much effort you put into crafting those SDKs to be as good as they can be. Not just like making them work and work okay, but actually, I'm one of these people that does this now. Oh God! But not just that, but also the fact that you optimize them to do things that I know other SDKs don't do. You've talked about the restarts, where something is not working, and so you retry and you make sure that's done in the most optimal way. And I think that's something that is not appreciated by people who are looking at a component vendor, which I guess you are, or an SDK vendor or whatever. They don't understand the craftsmanship that goes on behind the scenes for that. And I do, because I know, the conversations we've had. We have regular meetings about your product as well, obviously with product development in Embarcadero. But, it's not just that you make AWS easy to use, you make it reliable to use as well. I mean, as far as anything can be reliable.
I was going to say, I mean, AWS do most of that themselves, but I want to make sure that our Delphi components are not the weak part of the link, so...
That's excellent. I mean, that is absolutely the case. That we don't want it to we don't want it to just work. It's got to work reliably. Otherwise, I mean, as soon as things break, everybody blames your app, even though it's Amazon's fault or something like that. I mean, Amazon doesn't often go down, but when it does, the whole world stops working. So, excellent. Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I really appreciate it. You got a bunch of people watching it, and I know on the replays we'll get several thousand as well. And you're always a really good demonstrator. I know you always worry, I talk too long and the rest of it. Jim's next. I did warn him beforehand. We will overrun a little bit, Jim. So
sorry, Jim.
We don't run too badly. 10 minutes over time, but that's good. But thanks once again, Richard. I think we're doing some more in the future as well. You and I are going to be doing
I think we've got another session on my WebMox, my open source library.
That's right.
In the next day or two. Yeah.
And then you and I are planning something later on in the year as well, I think, as well. So you're very brave or reckless. I don't know which way around it works, but
Okay.
but you'll see us all again. Okay, well, thanks a lot, Richard.
See you
I'm
soon.
going to hand over to Jim's video now. This is a Jim McKeith, who used to do the job that I do and probably did it a lot better than me, but I have to say that because he's watching me on screen. And he is now working for GDK Software, and this is FireDAC Fundamentals. It's harder to say than I thought. And we'll be back afterwards where Jim will be doing a live Q&A. Speak to you soon, everyone.
Hello, I'm Jim McKeith. Welcome to this Dev Days of Summer 2024. This session is Introduction to FireDAC Fundamentals of Data Access. My name is Jim McKeith. I'm the Director of Consulting for GDK Software USA. I'm also an Embarcadero Delphi MVP, and previous to that was the Chief Developer Advocate for Embarcadero. Now I'm working at GDK Software. We are a bunch of passionate, knowledgeable Delphi consultants. So if you know anybody that in need of Delphi consulting, whether it be just some expertise to come in and answer some questions or some additional capacity to handle projects, you can find out more at gdksoftware.com. The session today is on FireDAC. It's an introduction to FireDAC fundamentals. We're going to do a little refresher on SQL, talk about databases, essentials of FireDAC, the components that you need to use, and connecting to remote databases and local databases, and then I'll provide you some additional resources. Also, I want to make sure that you check out the FireDAC, not sure where it's at, tomorrow another session, FireDAC, your secret dataset weapon, where I'm going to go into some really, really cool features of FireDAC. Today is kind of just some basics of getting started with FireDAC. And with that, let's implement this. FireDAC is a universal data access component set, similar to the BDE in some regards, but way better in most regards. But what that means is the same components that you use to access all databases. And this isn't even all the databases it accesses, but is most of them. It is platform independent, works across all platforms, and it's a T dataset descendant and bidirectional, so it's just, in my opinion, the best implementation of data access components. That being said, there are other ones out there that are really great. The great thing about FireDAC, it's in the box with your RAD Studio Delphi C++ Builder installation. It is a universal components, but it also has specific features for different databases. So that means you're not giving up functionality of certain databases by using FireDAC. You still get the functionality of those specific to those databases while still having a universal data access layer. I thought it'd be interesting to see how it does with the top most popular databases. So I went to dbengines.com. This is a list of the top 30 database systems. Then I went through and removed all the non-relational ones, but I left MongoDB, which is the most popular document database or non-relational database there. You see number 5. And then I highlighted the ones that FireDAC supports natively, and you can see it's most of them. There's only a few that aren't supported there. And that's not the full list of FireDAC databases, but it's good to see that it supports most of the top 30 relational databases. You can find the full list of FireDAC databases there, though, in DocWiki. So these are I think the most basic or the most essential FireDAC components, which I'll use in some samples here, but wanted to go through them real quick first. Your FD connection is the connection to the database. So this is where you define how you're connecting to the database, where the database is, what database driver you're using, things like that. The two components available, there's probably others. The two main components available for viewing data from the database is the T-table and the T-query. I almost always use T-query. I find it's more flexible. There are some specific use cases where you might want to use T-table. I'm not going to get into those, but you can find out more in DocWiki on that. But T-query can do custom SQL statements, or you can just do read from a specific table, and it has all the functionality before. Now, if I remember correctly, back when I was using BDE and other systems pre-FireDAC, the T-query was only read, whereas the T-table was read and write. T-query in FireDAC, TFT query is read, write, and very, very flexible. So generally, like I said, that's the one I use when I'm working with tables, and that's what I'll use in all my samples today. T-script is a collection of scripts that you can execute. I usually only store one script per TFT scripts, so you can execute all of those scripts, and there'd be scripts. I usually use it for scripts to recreate tables or something like that, but you can pass parameters and other things to the FD script as well. So it's actually way more powerful than probably I typically use it, but it's a great place to store scripts that you want to execute against your database. So those four there, actually those three, because like I said, I don't use T-table, FD table that often at all. I use FD query, FD query most of the time, are your main components for interacting with the database. Then these last 5 here are GUI components, and they work, all of them work on VCL or FireMonkey, but the wait cursor and the script dialog works on console as well, which honestly I haven't tried those on console. I found that occasionally these will bite me if I forget them. You'll get an error message, so it's good to make note of this list here. And if you do run into problems, it might be because you're missing the GUI component. So what these are is these give you the ability to customize and provide GUI elements for FireDAC. So the wait cursor is the cursor that's used when something is going to happen that's going to take a little longer and it has to display a wait cursor. Wait cursor gives you the ability to control and customize that and display that to the user. The login dialog, if you want to provide a login dialog to the end users, you can use this. You can alternatively provide your own dialog and then grab the username and password the user provides and provide it to FireDAC. But this one will actually go and query the server and figure out what questions it needs to ask the user, and it has functionality to persist that as well. So it's a really great just basic login dialog, or not just basic, it's a good login dialog for connecting to the database. Like I said, you might want to make your own and customize it, but most of the time this probably will do what you need it to do. Then you have an error dialog that you can use to display errors, and it gives you a little bit more information than the default error message dialog would be. And then the script dialog can display script execution process, and the async execute dialog gives you progress for queries that are running in the background, which I've not used that one. I've not used that one, but I know it's there and it's a good one to have if you do have long-running scripts that you're running asynchronously. All right, let's talk about working with DBMSs, which is database management systems. You'll also sometimes see RDBMSs, relational database management systems. And that's like most of the FireDAC databases, most of the databases FireDAC works with are RDBMSs, but DMSs is the general term. And SQL, structured query language, is what you use to talk to DBMSs. The interesting thing about SQL is structured query language is there's a standard for SQL, and the SQL standard has certain rules, but then each database has its own dialect of SQL. And so while SQL is universal and is standard across all of these, once you start doing much of anything with SQL for a specific database, you're going to start using things that are specific to that database, and then you're not, that SQL is not compatible with multiple databases. So it's kind of, I don't know, I like the fact that SQL is standard, but at the same time, it's kind of frustrating in that you have to learn the specifics. So I don't know if the answer was a more strict SQL standard that everybody implemented completely, a more complete SQL standard, or if the answer was to not allow for extension. I don't know. Either way, learn the basics of SQL, and then you can use it across databases, but then you have to learn the specifics for the database you're working with. So this is the sample data I have. It's a variation of a sample database I've seen around, but I got this version here is from SQLtutorial.org, and we've got 7 tables, and each table has, you can see the rows and the data that's in the tables. And you see this diagram, the entity diagram here, is showing you that, so first of all, each record has an ID unique to that table, but then the employees table is kind of the core table here. And each employee has one job. So you see it connects up to jobs, and every employee has exactly one job. And so if you see the employees table there's a job ID, and that points to the jobs table. It points to a row in that jobs table. Now, if that jobs ID could be null, which means it has an undefined value, then an employee might not have a job, right? And so in this case, it's not null, so every employee has exactly one job. But then an employee also has a department they're in, which we see pointing over to departments. And again, they have exactly one department. So there's a department ID in the employees table that points to the department ID in the departments table. An employee also has a manager, which in this case is coming back to the employees table. So it's the manager ID references the employee ID. And then, and again, exactly one, but then they can have 0 or more dependents. And so we have a dependents table, and then the dependents table, each row of the dependents table has an employee ID. So a dependent can only exist if it has an employee ID pointing back to the employees table. Departments then have locations, locations have countries, countries have regions. And the reason you have this like this is so that for example, your countries and regions are defined, and so you can't just provide arbitrary countries and regions. If you do that, then you end up with non-consistent data, and that's a pain for anybody that's working with databases trying to do reports. So yeah, so this is an entity diagram showing you how all of this is related out and defined. SQLite is probably the easiest database to work with, and I call it a DBMS. I think technically they claim to be an RDBMS. They claim to have relationships, but I don't think it doesn't enforce the relationships. And so what that means is that your SQLite is really lightweight. It's really a library that's embedded into your application, works across all platforms. It does lack some of the features of other databases, like enforcing referential integrity. So what that means is that if you define a rule that says, for example, all dependents have to have an ID, an employee ID that points to an existing employee, it's not going to enforce that. At least there might be ways to make it enforce it, but you have to make sure your program enforces the referential integrity. You cannot depend on the database, which honestly, for a programmer's point of view, that's probably is preferable. So from a lot of things, the SQLite is a great solution. It's usually enough for most use cases. I'm providing some links down here at the bottom in the doc wiki. That first one there, using SQLite with FireDAC, I use that a lot because SQLite is kind of loosey-goosey with its data types. You can really kind of just use whatever data type you want to. It's really relaxed about things. And what happens is it doesn't, yeah, so this one talks about this. So for the data types here, you see by default, most of the code you're going to see in the documentation when you get like some SQLite tables you're working with or whatever, the strings, what things they want to call strings, they just call text. Now FireDAC treats that as a wide memo, which means that when you display it in the grid, it's just going to say DT wide memo. It's not going to actually display the text. If you want it to show up as a string embedded in there, you need to use an nvarchar or a varchar. So that is all defined in this first link here using SQL with FireDAC. So very useful. There is a way to provide your own mappings to override that, which is also in DocWiki, but this is a good place to start to make sure that your SQLite SQL table definitions is defined the way you want it to be for FireDAC. When connecting to FireDAC, this is the basics you're going to need. The driver ID SQLite. The database is the path to the database file. If that database doesn't exist, it's going to create it. Although that option there where it says open mode, create UTF-8 means it's going to create it. You can change that if you don't want it to automatically create it. But I like that. You just say, I want to put it here, hit test, and it exists. If you want to have your SQLite database not exclusive. Now again, SQLite is designed to be a database engine that is embedded in your application. It's really not a standalone engine. It is a library that is embedded in your program. But if you want to have the database files you're pointing to not exclusively locked by you, you can change the journal mode and locking mode to from exclusive delete to normal wall, which is I can't remember what wall stands for. It's an acronym, right? Anyway, whatever it is. Change it to that, and then you can, it's not exclusive. Now, the reason you might want to do this, especially during development, is that if in the IDE you're working with FireDAC and it's talking to the database files from the IDE, and then you run your program, the program is going to say, whoa, hold on, I can't open these files because they're locked by the IDE. So if you change it to normal wall for development, and then you can change it to exclusive delete on production, then you don't have to worry about that. There are some advantages to have it exclusive, then other things can't be changing it, and it gives you exclusive control, better performance, but during development, you do want to have, at least in my opinion, have that set that way, unless you want to be really disciplined. And actually, FireDAC does have some functionality to not keep the connection open, but it's just so convenient to have that opened in the IDE. So on the FD connection, you don't need to have a login prompt. There are circumstances when you would use a login prompt, but generally speaking, you don't need the login prompt. So you can just turn that to false. Otherwise, it's going to pop up a login prompt each time, which you can replace with the GUI component I told you about. But I just turn it off usually. Yeah. Oh, and then also, and I use this in the samples, but this is a useful reminder. If you want to have a lookup in your grid, all you have to do is add a new field. Give it a name and set the field type to lookup. And then you connect. So a lookup would be where you have a like a job ID in your employee table, but then, or here in this example here, department ID, and then you want to go to the departments table and just look up the department ID and display the department name. And then when the end user is using that grid, they don't have to say, okay, if they're in the IT department, that is department number 5. Why would you make your users do that? So you provide a lookup so that they can then go and see the list of friendly names instead of having to remember those IDs, and they select it from that. Generally, the rule of thumb is that your primary keys, your unique IDs for each row, should not be editable by your users, should not be viewed by your users, because that's not their purpose. Their purpose is for computer recognition. So I've seen people that have tried to do things like use social security numbers or phone numbers or something like that as a primary key. Not a good idea, because that could change. You could have two people with the same phone number, or it does happen, people have the same social security number. You could have identity theft, right? So primary keys should be system generated and unique and not displayed to your users. Instead, give your users a lookup to use for that. All right, so let's do a quick demonstration of SQLite. Show you, like I said, the easiest. It's an embeddable database, easy to use as well. Now, that being said, I know Embarcadero does have Interbase, which is another great database, but I think SQLite is easier. Interbase has some additional features SQLite doesn't have. So there are reasons to upgrade to Interbase, but if you don't need that, you can use SQLite, very easy to use. First demo here is going to be simple FireMonkey application. FD connection is your core for connecting to your database. So you double click on this here and select the driver ID. This brings up your connection editor, and we're going to say SQLite. Now, any valid path will work here because it will create it if it doesn't exist, but I want to use an existing one here. Right there. Locking mode normal, and journal mode is wall, so that it's not exclusive. Otherwise, it would give me an error message. And like I said, this will always be successful unless you change open mode to read only. So let's go ahead and do that so we don't create it if it doesn't exist. And it's still going to pop up this here because you can have a password for encryption purposes, but we're not using that. All right. So we know that that path is valid, which, you know, I copied up my clipboard, so I'm pretty sure. If I don't want, though, it display a login prompt to the user, I can go ahead and turn that off there. So now let's go FD query, and put down a query. Now, the cool thing is, by default, this automatically connected to the FD connection. The old BDE didn't do that automatically, so I really appreciate that because I always like trying to remember to do that. Now, if you have multiple connections in there, right, you would need to define that. But if you don't, that's it's nice that it does that. So let's go ahead in here, and if you double click on this one, it brings up the query editor. And so I'm going to say select star from EM, and I actually learned that as splat. I don't know why. So anyway, run it. You can see, there we go. It's connected, and we see all the results that came back. Now, this is really nice here. I go to the structure panel. It's going to show me what it saw these as. Now, you'll notice that it's wide string of length 3,200 or 32,000, which is the default for max int, right? Which is half of max word. That's what, it doesn't matter what you define these as in SQLite, it's always going to give you the max length, which honestly, with a varchar or varchar, which is a variable length one, it might as well give you the maximum length because it doesn't use any more storage in the database, right? If you have, the database allows for like a variable length up to 10, then allowing for variable length up to 32,000 doesn't use any more storage until you actually store 32,000 bytes. So again, this puts the onus, the limitations, the requirements to put the limitation functionality in on the developer's hand instead of in the database. But the other downside means that it's going to make really wide columns. So you have to manually narrow your columns down, which I'll show you how to do here in a second. Now, the reason these are defined this way is because I used invarchar in the declaration for how it was creating these tables. If I'd used text, then it would list these as wide memos instead, which wouldn't display values in grids. So if you see wide memo, it's because your create table is using text instead of invarchar. So now I'm going to come in here and say, go to the fields editor and right click and say add all fields. Now the cool thing is you can actually edit this from the fields editor here, or you can do this from over here as well. So that's probably a lot more convenient, but I still have the habit of using the query editor up there. So then I can come in here and say, I don't want to display this. By default, it's going to display it, but we don't display IDs to users. And I want to also hide the job ID, department ID, and manager ID. And then I want to set these fields here, the string fields. Now see the size says 32,767. I could scope that down here and say, okay, we're only going to allow users to enter up to 100 characters in there. But I'm going to leave it at max. But then I want to just come up here and change the display width. So the display width is how wide it's going to make the columns. And let's go with 30. That's probably a good amount. Ideally, I could vary it for each column. Okay, so now we've got the FD connection defined. Oh, I did want to point this out here. If you want to change the way things are mapped, right? So if the database has it defined as one thing and you want to change how FireDAC maps it to a internal type, it's the format options here. And come in here and you want to say, own map rules right there. And then you come into map rules and you can define a new map rule. And so your map rule, you would say, if the source data type is wide memo, you can then change it to be a wide string. So that'd be one solution. I've not used it for this. I always change the way it's done, but I have used this for, let's say, for example, you have a BCD or a decimal. Let's see, where's it at here? Like, let's say, yeah, you have an extended and you want to come in here and say, okay, based on the precision, right? If it's has a scale of 2 to 4, then I want to make that into a currency. Okay, and then it'll automatically map that to a currency. So that's useful. Like I said, if you want to change the way FireDAC assumes the columns to be, and that may be more than enough fundamentals, but it has bit me so many times with SQLite, I think it's worth pointing out here. I'm going to turn that off here, and then I guess I'll turn off the own map rules there as well. FireDAC, there's so many things in here you can dig into. It's so powerful and so flexible. It's really worth spending some time with that. Okay, so I've got the query down here. Let's go ahead and do a grid. And I'm going to bind visually. And I'm going to take my FD query to the grid. There we go. And there's how wide our 30 is, which, you know what, I think that's too wide. So let's come in here and let's change that. First name, oops. Hitting the wrong keys here. There we go. Display width, let's say 20. It didn't resize those there. So let's, did I do the wrong ones? I've not done it this way. I've done this with VCL with the data sources, but let's see. All right, so there we go. Now they're short and narrower, so apparently I had to rebind it. There's probably an easier way to do that. I probably can refresh it. Oh, okay, so now I'll close that there. And if I activate this, then we can see our data at design time, which is fantastically useful. And then the one line of code I have to add is in here. I'll say FD query open. And now we'll run our simple SQLite application. And there it is. You can add a navigator by going to your bind source here, right click and say add navigator. And then it puts down a DB navigator, which makes it easy to insert, delete records, jump to the end, refresh, stuff like that. But you can also customize your DB navigator, change what controls are visible, which is visible buttons right here. You can, so apply updates is not there now, but you can add that. So this is really useful because honestly, just this here that's a basic functional database application, right? And I haven't written a whole lot of code, but FireDAC just encapsulates so much of this stuff really easily just to give you a great solution. Oh, one more thing I want to show you about FireDAC is if you go to the connection, right? So let's say you didn't know there was an employees table. I can right here, and connection editor is where you go by default, which is where I was before, but you can go to the Explorer option. And it says, okay, gives me a chance for password again, say no password. And it brings up this, which gives me an opportunity to explore my database, which in this case is a SQLite database. But I can see here's all my tables. I can open up the table. I can see what columns are there, right? I can see all of the data that's in here. So this is really useful for, I can't tell you how useful this is. Because in the past, I'd always have to have a separate tool that I could use to do this sort of thing. So you always need to be able to view and explore your system there. So yeah, if you had views, I don't have views because I don't know if SQLite supports views. SQLite doesn't support stored procedures, so there's no procedures in here, no generators. Although actually, I think it does support generators. You can create SQL scripts in here. Anyway, very, very powerful. Very cool. This is something that probably people that have used SQLite, or I'm sorry, FireDAC for a while probably are not familiar with this existing, but this is just a very, very useful tool to go in and look at the database, see what's there. Yeah, so that's right click on your connection and go to explore. If you right click on your query, you can actually come in here, see your fields query editor and your fields editor. You can also use this setup master detail, go to next record set and execute, which I guess that makes sense in some circumstances, but not the way we're using it right now. So there we go. That's the basics of, I wanted to create one from scratch, in this case FireMonkey. I'm going to open up the existing sample I have now. This one's a VCL application, which I've done a little bit more with. Now you'll notice there's no FireDAC components on here. Now I could have used this lovely button here. I love this one, hide non-visual components, but they're not actually on here. What I've done is create a data module. A data module is a non-visible design surface, which is great for holding all of your components. And what this also does is it gives you the ability to add code in here. You can add methods and other things to your data module that are specific to working your database. And so originally my goal with this is you'll see I have MySQL and MariaDB. I wanted to actually be able to swap out data modules and keep the UI the same, but switch them out. The problem I ran into was, and I wanted to reuse the FD queries. So the same FD query went to both of them, but I kept running into issues where I couldn't get the mapping, the field types to be exactly the same, and there were a couple of weird things about the way the SQL is formatted, and I could have got there eventually, but I decided I was wasting way too much time on that when I needed to get the rest of this done. So I didn't go down that route, but in theory, I'm confident I could get there eventually, but like I said, I ran into some issues and decided I was wasting too much time, so I had to punt on that one. But so here's all my components. So here I have my FD query. So this is my connection, and then this is a collection of queries, each query pointing to a different table. I have two sets of scripts here, one that drops all the tables and one that creates all the tables. Probably not something most database applications are going to have at least as exposed easily to the user as it is in this application. Because that would wipe out all the data, but I think it's useful to be able to have your database application be able to recreate its database if it needs to, right? So that way, if something happens, the database gets corrupted, they can roll back to that. Although there's functions for backing up and restoring databases as well built into FireDAC. So those would be other good solutions too as well to include. So then this here is our data sources. So the data sources are what provide they're not specific to FireDAC. This is a Delphi or C++ builder VCL component, and they take the results of a T data set, which in this case is a query, and makes it available to data-aware controls, which is how I'm displaying the information in the grid. And then I have the script dialog, the wait cursor, error dialog, and async, which I guess I'm not even using this one, but it's on here anyway. In here, I have the grid, and the grid is connected to the data source right here, which is in that data module. So see, it's SQLite DS employee. DS is the prefix I use for data source. So come back here and look. And here's FD query employees, and then DS employee. I guess it should be employees, not employee. It's not going to break things. And then this button here is going to recreate the tables if I need to, recreate them. Like I said, probably if you have that feature, which is probably a good idea, don't put it as a button on your main form. But the other thing that you can do is, so I showed you how to edit the fields to change the width and stuff like that. You can also do it from columns in a grid columns editor. And you can, if you hit this button here, it's going to re-add all the fields, which I don't want to do that because it's going to add them again, although it gives you an option to do that. But then you can go through each of these as well and say visible false. You can change the caption. So right here, title, caption. I'll change this to first. Name. And you can put colors and all sorts of stuff, customizing it here. So now you'll see that one's got first name. So I also did a a couple events on here. I'll show you. Oh, and I can show you this. I set up the field editor, the drop down, the lookup columns. So for example, job title is a lookup field. So let's see. Right there, field kind lookup, and it's all defined there as I showed you in the slides. So we have the department name as well as a lookup. I don't have the manager as a lookup because I didn't set up, I'd have to set up a separate instance, 2 different queries, and I just didn't do that. Because I would need to have a separate one for managers, even though they're both pointing to the same employees table, because the query, the FD query has a cursor pointing to what the row it's selected, and so you'd need to have 2. There may be a way to do it with only 1, but I didn't do it because I didn't want to add 2, which is probably not a very good reason. All right, so let me go ahead and run this here. Oh, the other thing I added, so this is by default the dependents, but then I added in here that if you, when you select a cell, oh, apparently I broke something. There you go, that fixed it. Restart the LSP. So when you go into a column or a cell, it's going to look at what column or cell you're in, and then if you're in the departments or employee job, the departments or job titles column, it's going to pull up the other table so you can see a list of all your options, which has more details in it. You'll see what it looks like in the code here when I run. So each of these here, you edit that just directly. He wants to go by Ernie. I don't know if that's how you spell Ernie. It looks wrong now that I typed it. I added something in here. Let's fix that. So what I did, I'll show you my query, and I probably won't fix it real quick, is I added a join. So it has a join back to itself here, where I have the manager last name of the manager of the employee's manager for the manager ID displayed as manager name, and it, oh, that's why, it's because it's joining back to itself. Yeah, that wasn't a good idea. Let me go ahead and remove that. It's nice that it displays it, but I should have had it done the other way, like I just described having it done, instead of this way, because it's pulling it from the wrong table, or it's trying to update it. Usually you can do that. Usually with queries you can have columns that are brought in from the tables and then edit those, and those ones would be read-only and the other ones would not be. But because I was trying to get too creative and do the self one, I think that's what blew it up. So let's try this again. Oh, it did. It went ahead and changed it. So we'll change his name back, Ernest. Okay. But then when I go, so right now it's displaying the dependents of each one. But then when I go into the job title column, now it displays all the job titles and then shows, or the departments, shows all the departments. And now I can change it either by going here and putting them in the shipping department, which doesn't make any sense. Why would a programmer be in the shipping department? I guess you could be the programmer specifically that handles shipping, or I can come in here and change it this way. And, oh, I didn't implement it for that one. All right, so let's change it this way. And then I will implement on this column here. So in here, I can say they're the marketing manager. Oh, apparently I broke that part. Maybe I'll fix that too. Okay. This is the interesting part, right? Watching me break my code and fix it. I'm going to open up this one here because I had the code in here and then I didn't copy it over. Okay, so in here, cell click, and there probably is a different way I should do that, but I'm going to say SQLite. This is the code that I was trying to do, is trying to get creative, but didn't work out. So now if I come in here and Alexander, still in the shipping department, this is the column I implemented it for. There we go. So when I change it here, I only did the department column, not the job column. It changes it there. Okay. Oh, and then this is not a lookup. Okay, that's right. I didn't implement lookup there. So anyway, that's kind of the basics. I get a little bit in the weeds there, but there's the basics of FireDAC, specifically with examples of SQLite. For my bigger databases or remote, that could potentially be remote, I'm using containers, but I wanted to mention this real quick. I'd used Docker before, but this time in doing the research for this, I discovered a lot of database systems out there are using Podman. So Docker is kind of the Kleenex of container platforms. And by Kleenex, I mean the one that we think of by default, but not the only one, right? Kind of the one that defined the platform perhaps, but there are lots of other ones out there. So recently, Podman is a new one that I've seen being used. So one of the things about Docker is they've introduced some new restrictions that some people aren't happy about, aren't able to use, especially like Docker Desktop. Podman doesn't seem to have these, or has less of them at least, but it is fully compatible. So it's Docker created this called OCI, Open Container Initiative, and Podman is fully OCI compliant and has a full ecosystem of stuff out there. So I didn't use Podman for this because I was trying to get this done, but it definitely looks like it's worth consideration. So take a look at it. You can pull containers from Docker Hub and use them with Podman. There's also Quay.io is another container registry that Podman's compatible with. And then some of the other databases I looked at were had their own registries that they were hosting as well. So worth taking a look if you haven't tried Podman, especially if you were frustrated by some of the limitations that Docker introduced. So let's start with MySQL. MySQL for the longest time was essentially like the default open source database. If you've heard of LAMP, which used to be like the defining stack of a open source web application, it was Linux, which is the operating system, Apache web server, Linux, Apache. I totally forgot that where I was. M for MySQL, and then P for PHP. So LAMP is, MySQL was the M in LAMP. It was, like I said, the de facto standard. It was the Kleenex of open source databases, if you will. Now it was bought by Sun, and then Sun was acquired by Oracle. And so now it's part of Oracle company. Oracle has multiple databases, but MySQL is one of them, and they've introduced some restrictions people aren't happy with, and they have paid editions of MySQL and the community edition of MySQL. What I found that means is that it's hard to get current versions of the client libraries, like really hard. I spent way too much time on this trying to get it to work. And the current ones are only 64-bit. Now, maybe that's not you might not think that's a big deal because you're planning to do 64-bit development. But if you want to connect from the IDE, which is one of the things that is fantastic about Delphi, is this ability to connect to the components, connect to the database at design time, you can't because the IDE is 32-bit. And so you have to have 32-bit drivers. And I had the same problem with a number of databases, honestly, that they didn't make 64-bit drivers available or client libraries available. So, or they didn't make 32-bit version available. But MySQL just made it hard to get them in general. You had to like install like a whole set of tools to get it, and it was a pain. It was real annoying. If you do want to use the Docker Hub or a container, there's the link for the Docker Hub one. This is a community developed one. And you do need to provide the port numbers you want to use, and then also MySQL root password, whatever you want that to be. If you don't provide that, it'll give you a warning message when you try and start the container saying, hey, you got to provide this or one of these other options here to say you want random password or no password or whatever. And then there's some links for connecting to MySQL from FireDAC, some more information. Now, that brings us to MariaDB. This, after MySQL was acquired by Sun, which then became Oracle, they made an open source fork of it called MariaDB, which is named after the youngest daughter of the chief architect of it. I think he said MySQL was named after his older daughter, whose name was Mai. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, this one's named after his younger daughter. It's open source and it's committed to maintaining open source, but it's also intended to maintain high compatibility with MySQL. And currently it appears to be like completely compatible. So it's easy to switch from MySQL to MariaDB from everything I've seen. Your mileage may vary. Don't just go making a switch without making a backup first. But it's really easy to get the client libraries, and the client libraries are compatible. So fantastic. There's the link right there to go grab them. In the doc wiki, it specifically calls out that it supports MariaDB, but you're going to look at the MySQL documentation. So the page says MySQL, but on the connecting page, it specifically says it supports MariaDB, and then on the databases page, I think it says as well what version it supports. So generally, my experience has been is MariaDB is easy to work with and doesn't have the restrictions and has all the functionality of the base MySQL. So MySQL, like I said, has 4 editions now, so I don't know how it compares to the enterprise editions or whatever of MySQL, but as opposed to the MySQL Community Edition versus MariaDB, I would recommend MariaDB. If you do use the container to launch it, you need to provide the MariaDB root password, whatever password you want it to be. And also, I used port 3307 instead of the default of 3306 so that I could have both MySQL and MariaDB running simultaneously. For connecting, the connection settings are the same. Obviously, in my case, your port number would change, but the driver ID is always MySQL. So even if you're connecting to MySQL, download the MariaDB connector because MySQL doesn't give you the 32-bit version. It is, I spent so much time trying to get that to work, and because they just make it so hard to get them, and they make it hard to get the 64-bit version, and then they don't give you the current 32-bit version. So I should have started with MariaDB because you just install those connectors and boom, you download the 32 and the 64, install them, and you're good to go. The server is the name or the IP address of the machine that is hosting it. All right. And then you provide username and password, which username is root is the default one, and then the password is the one you provided in the environment variable for the Docker container or the container or however else you installed it. So if somebody else has installed your server, get this information from them. But you need the 4 things you need is you need the server name, which is the name of the machine, and that is server. Then you need the username and password, which is username and password inside MySQL or MariaDB to connect to it. And then the database is the instance of the database in the server. So the server could have multiple instances internally. So database is the instance you're connecting to. An instance is the word I use because I don't know if it's Oracle specific word, but that's the word we always used in Oracle. So it may be different in different databases. I don't know. But yeah, you want to have the database name. So the database name default is MySQL for both MySQL and MariaDB. Okay. And it is case sensitive, lowercase MySQL. The password is also case sensitive, and I don't know if the username is case sensitive or not. So again, there's the link doc wiki on how to connect. So now let's take a look at this in action. So I have 2 different samples here, MySQL and MariaDB. Honestly, they're like exactly identical, with the only difference being that the MySQL connection is pointing to port 3306, and the MariaDB one is pointing to port 3307 right there. So you'll notice MariaDB driver ID is MySQL, and the default database is MySQL. That's what MariaDB creates by default. You could create any database name you wanted in there, but the default database, unless you create another one, is MySQL. The port is default to 3306. I just changed it so I can have both of them together. They're together. When we hit test, it's going to ask me for your username and password. Boom. I have login prop turned on, which I don't have my FD GUI login dialog. I don't know why it's not on there. Must have deleted it by accident earlier. So we'll go here and point it to the login dialog. And then on the login dialog, you can customize it, and you can say with password history, so you can save your passwords history, which your cybersecurity manager's gonna not like that. You should not persist that, but your engineers, they love that feature. But you have history as well that's gonna have a history of the logins, which again, users like that, cybersecurity people don't. So it really depends on your, I guess, your threat model and your other secure functionality. We go on a whole conversation on that one there. And then you can say your history location, whether it's going to be in the registry or a file. And then here's the key where the registry goes. Visible items is an interesting one because this is what defines what items are visible in the login prompt. There is a method you can call on it. Let's go in here. FD GUI login dialog. I don't know what the method's called on there. Yeah, get all login params, which will go look at the database and decide what login params it needs to use. And then you can look at the visible items and hide certain items you want to hide. Also, the provider's forms. Forms is the VCL. You can switch it to FireMonkey or console, depending on which one to do. So you see some of them have the console as an option. I don't know if this one, I don't think this one does. Yeah, this one doesn't. I think Wait Cursor has console as an option. Yeah. So on Wait Cursor, you can change which cursor you want it to be, right? For the Wait Cursor, instead of just displaying the SQL wait, you could do a different one. Yeah. So let's go ahead and run this here. I'll start with the MySQL one. Again, they're identical. Uh-oh. I thought I fixed that. What did I do? Because this ran earlier and worked. Okay, it's working now. I was nervous for a second there. So there you go. It has department name where it switches over to the lookup there. But I didn't set the column width there, so that's way too wide. This is the default SQLite. Why is it that way? Because it's not SQLite. Oh, it's probably not. Oh, I don't have the. Departments. Fields editor. Oh, that might be left over from when I was. Nope, display width is 100. 100 is just too wide. It should be narrower than that. There we go. So department, there we go. Much more reasonable. Yeah, so there it is, SQLite, and the MariaDB is going to be exactly the same. Although I wonder if I'll get that error message. I'm not sure what I did to cause that. Yep, didn't get the error message there. Oh, this one's asking for more options there. So you can specify the server and the port. You could hard code that or whatever you want to do if you don't want to display it to the user. And here is MariaDB, which again, like I said, it's exactly the same. Or at least I thought it was going to be the same. This surprised me that the login dialog. I didn't notice that before. I'm not sure something changed. So yeah, anyways, that's an example of connecting to a remote database, which again happens to be locally on my computer, whereas SQLite was an embedded database. That remote database, instead of being localhost, could be anywhere on the network, or it could be on the internet. Generally, you want to use some sort of middleware when you're connecting to a database over the internet, but you don't have to. You can do it that way as well. You could have that MariaDB or MySQL anywhere on the internet and connect to it that way. And that's it. The link down at the bottom there is to the slides and samples. It's already all up there, so you can go check it out right now. Can't talk about FireDAC without recommending Carrie's book, FireDAC in Depth, or I guess it's Delphi in Depth FireDAC. I always call it FireDAC in Depth. It is FireDAC in depth, though. This is the definitive book about FireDAC by Spirit of Delphi award-winning Dr. Kerry Jensen. Fantastic book, fantastic resource. Kerry's a fantastic guy. I'm glad to call him a friend. And go check him out there, jensendatasystems.com/FireDAC book. Covers so much stuff. We just, like, I don't know, scratched the surface of it today. And even tomorrow in my other session, we'll just scratch the surface of it. Here's a number of links. The most important one, of course, being the GitHub link there. And hope to see you tomorrow at the FireDAC Your Secret Dataset Weapon. And I guess with that, now we'll be doing our live Q&A.
Yes, we will. And excellent session. Jim always does such an awesome job of it. And good news is Jim is live in the studio. Oh, why are you little like that? Let's see. There you go. I have to click extra buttons, Jim. You are important enough. You need 2 clicks, not just one. Are you muted? I can't hear you. Yeah. I was hearing your video, so I'm guessing I got that bit right. It says I'm muted by me. I don't think so. Here we go. Say something now.
Can you hear me now? Oh, there we go.
There you go. I'm sorry. There seems to be an additional control at the top that has been added. It wasn't there before. But yes, you were quite right. It says I was muted by me. There you go. Sorry about that. It's good for me to get it wrong. I think that's important to make me look completely incompetent and you are much more in control. That's the way you go. I love your shirt, by the way. This is Jim is always dressed resplendent in some form of sci-fi stuff or a tie-dye thing. Really great. I'm going to put your QR code up there for GDK software, and whilst we do that, we're also going to put ticker down at the bottom to your code. There it is at the bottom as well. So you've got it up.
That's not my repository. That's the Rad Studio demos.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my apologies.
Probably also a good link, but
yeah, okay. I'll find those then because I did have them. Yeah, that's the wrong one, isn't it? Okay, I'm glad you called out Kerry Jensen as well, because he is the dude when it comes to these things. His book is awesome, and we both met him. Oh, I met him in Amsterdam. I think I bumped into him before in a few other places. Oh, here we go. Here's your link. Okay, let me just copy this link and get it correctly set up.
So I've run into Kerry a few times, but the first time I met him was actually in Germany at Econ. And it's interesting how often I've met people that are also from the US somewhere in Europe or somewhere overseas for the first time.
I know, it's weird, isn't it? I went to when I went to Amsterdam, I met all sorts of people like you would think I would have bumped into them somewhere else by now, and lots of Brits as well, which is the weirdest thing. I met a few people years ago. Craig Chapman, for example, I knew from many years ago, and he's still a MVP, even though he doesn't. He says he's getting back into things, but we'll see. We'll shame him into doing it. Both you and I know Craig quite well. Lots of questions and things like that. Lots of people commenting about the MySQL DLLs and the client DLLs. My pro tip for that, because I use MySQL a lot, like heavily, is go to Heidi SQL. Because Heidi SQL is written in Delphi, and he has links to the 32-bit libraries. But I know Ansgar, who is now an MVP, was saying that he's finding it impossible to get the 64-bit client DLLs. This obviously will be solved at some point once we have a 64-bit IDE, which is something that is one of those tick boxes that we need, because people say, well, why can't the 64-bit IDE be made? It's a lot more complicated than that, as you know. I'm kind of preaching to the converted here, but there are component packs that get, component libraries that get loaded in. They're BPLs, so they're DLLs effectively, and they need to be 64-bit before everything will work properly. So it's not just a case of recompile, select a 64-bit target. There's a lot more to it than that, unfortunately. But obviously, when that happens, then the problems with the 32-bit DLLs will just disappear. I personally think that the way things are heading, 32-bit will go out the window within 18 months worldwide. I think that Microsoft's push to make 64-bit the standard. I mean, 64-bit Windows has been the standard for a long time.
Yeah.
That and ARM are going to rule the roost. So,
well, I think that the ARM is actually going to be a big part of that push to 64-bit, because it's that maintaining multiple architectures is a lot of work. And so right now we're maintaining 32-bit and 64-bit architectures, right? It's adding ARM to the mix. That's too many. So we got to get rid of one. So we're going to have ARM and Win60 or Intel 64, which interestingly, if you remember your history, Intel came out with Itanium 64-bit. So
I remember that.
So for a while we had three. We had x86, Itanium, which was Intel 64, and AMD 64, and Itanium lost out. So left us with,
AMD really pushed the envelope back in the day, and I think ARM has kind of taken over that position really for them. So
do I have this weird
strobing effect? Yes.
Yeah, it must be the lights in here.
It looks like you're being beamed up. It's great. You're going to be zoomed back into whatever planet we both come from. It's debatable. So
the MySQL libraries in HiDSQL, but I wanted to try and find a official channel to download them from, and that was my frustration, is I just couldn't. But then, like I said, the MariaDB ones work just fine, and so I'm wondering if HiDSQL uses the MariaDB version of the client libraries.
I have to say, I use libmaria for my apps because it works. But actually, most of the apps I deal with, apart from the legacy ones, they are 64-bit, so the problem doesn't come up. But as I said in the chat, there is a MySQL 9 out now, and that is currently in preview, but that will not work with these 32-bit clients, and is going to be probably the reason why those will become obsolete, because it uses an encryption technology where you have a side-by-side encryption library. They've took it out of the main client DLL, and we'll see what happens. But early tests were not good, shall we say. There are some libraries out there that have that got the protocol reverse engineered into them, and some of the DACs that you see, third-party DACs they don't use a DLL at all. They just know how to talk MySQL. I'm doing it again. Why have I suddenly picked up this air quote thing? I'm not a Valley girl, I remember, but there you go. But anyway, so it's a big thing. And the other problem with the client libraries, of course, is that you get this old problem of versioning, where one directory has one version of libmaria or libmysql, and another place has it in as well. And it can be a source of frustration for FireDAC people quite often. So it's a good thing. Right, so we have some questions.
Okay.
Also more like a comment, actually, more than anything else. But
thank you.
Busharab says you did a good job. Thank you, Khaled. And it's not really a question, but it was a comment. Patrick said there was a problem with the session titles. That was my fault. I was trying to delete the previous session title and put your session title in. I accidentally nudged the wrong button, and with Restream, it's very easy to show the wrong title up. Einstein 8 854, who is it comes quite often to our things, said, okay, well, they know about MySQL and MariaDB, but do you know about DuckDB?
No,
It's
I
okay
can't say
to
that.
say no because I didn't say that. My understanding is it's like SQLite. And so I think really what you were showing was more the idea behind being able to connect to a local database and then using the same technology to connect to a remote database, a MySQL database and things like that. So
Yeah, I don't believe FireDAC has support for DuckDB, but
no, it doesn't. No.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is, it's like Linux distros.
Yeah.
There's always another flavor out there, and that's why I put that list of the top 30 databases, just to show that yes, there are a lot of databases FireDAC doesn't support, but if you take that top 40 or top 30 list of databases filtered down to our DBMSs, it has most of those. So yeah, there are lots of niche ones out there that aren't supported, but if they get popular enough, maybe they will be.
And there's plenty of other database alternatives that are supported, like Absolute DB and a few other things, like Nexus DB as well. All tech partners and all great products. Nexus DB are doing a little demo during this couple of weeks as well. So, you're back again tomorrow, aren't you? Is that right?
I am. I'm back again tomorrow with the FireDAC Advanced FireDAC Secret Weapons or something like that. I can't remember what it's called.
Secret weapons, cool. Fire torpedoes. Select torpedoes from launching. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's it for now. We're probably going to call it a day. I know that producer Martha has disappeared off, so she's left me driving, which is always a bad idea because you never quite know. Is there anything you particularly want to get across, Jim, that you didn't come across in your little conversation there?
I kind of reiterate. I think the hardest thing with FireDAC development is finding the right client libraries. I know that some of the other ones out there don't require client libraries. My understanding is that the databases, it's undocumented, right? And so the server may patch, and even though still be compatible with that version, might not work with the reverse engineered one. So I kind of personally like using the official libraries, even though it is a pain to get them installed and working. So,
yeah, I actually feel the same way. The problem with using a third-party library is that if you go down that route and something happens, and God forbid, and in fact, that's actually quite relevant with someone recently in the Delphi community who's passed away unexpectedly. But if you go down the route of having a third-party solution, like you say, you're relying on them decrypting the protocol. I don't think it's an open protocol, although if MariaDB can connect, then I guess because it's open source, you can just read the source and work out how it works. But yeah, you're relying on those. But I mean, the same is true. If you rely on something from Embarcadero, then you've got to rely on us making sure that it works as well. But obviously, there's a big business case for us to make sure it works. So I think there's a slight difference in there. But I mean, the same is true of third-party vendors. But I personally, I use the libMaria library, and I use the FireDAC driver link, and then I have it locally where the executable is, and it seems to work. And I seem to manage to connect to most types of MySQL without any issues, and it's very reliable. What can I say?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like you said, if it's published, the source code is, then yeah, I guess you could convert it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the argument about open source, and then people will say, "Well, it's open source; you can make a change if you need to." And it's like as if it's like going and polishing a car or something. It's not quite as simple as that. I mean, you've got to be capable of making changes to something that is actually quite complex and doing it at a level where it's going to be successful and optimized and tested. And I mean, life's too short. I've got too many things going on to go around and do all that kind of nonsense. I'd rather pay someone and let them do it. So, yeah, okay.
And that's the advantage of, honestly, of using, like, I think UniDAC is the one that has doesn't require the client libraries, but that's the advantage of using UniDAC or even FireDAC, right? Is that then you have somebody else's team that is dedicated just to maintaining that one piece of code, making sure that's working, and you don't have to worry about that, right? You just got to update and keep using that.
That's all they do. That DAC is what they do, and that's the only thing they do. And so, their business model is around that thing. And if it stops working, then I guess they've got no business. So, yeah, and I do use that one as well. It's a good component. It's very handy because you can create an executable that will just connect to MySQL without anything else, no dependencies whatsoever. And that in itself has been useful. But we have found that with the additional DLL, client DLL, you can drop in some functionality sometimes, as long as it's binary compatible. The interface between the two is the DLLs, or the version of the DLLs is the same, and it works. But yeah, it's all good stuff. Well, if there's nothing else, then I'll thank you, Jim, for sticking around and spending time and the effort you put into the videos. You're still extremely popular. Everybody loves you to bits. You're like, I always say you're like Delphi Santa sometimes. You trim your beard now, but when you get it longer, I've said before, there's a few people that have fulfilled the roles of Delphi something, and you're one of them. Your legacy was to make me better, to the point where I can actually do this job. Whereas, without your input into it, then I'd be useless and just sitting in a little heap and going, I don't know what to do. So,
when you introduced me, you said that I did the job better. I think you do a great job at it. And you bring a lot of new stuff to it. So
shut up. I mean, the people watching know we're obviously quite good friends as well. And we hang out and do various things and, share our vulnerabilities and our strengths and all the rest of it. That's when you get to a certain level of coding, sometimes you need other coders to be able to talk to and say, this thing looks crap. With respect, I shouldn't have said that, but this looks like a big problem. I don't get it. Am I stupid? And the other person goes, no, I don't get it either. And that's good because they know what they're talking about. And you're one of those guys I can go to and go, I really don't understand this. And if you say you don't understand it, then it's okay. I'm not stupid. So it's all good. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, speak to you soon. Right. I'll see you again tomorrow. And thanks everybody for joining us. I'll just make sure we haven't got any little questions pop up. No, they're just people saying thank you. Anything you can compile makes it a whole lot easier. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, thanks very much, Jim. I will disconnect you from here. So you're gone. I want to say thank you for everybody that turns up and takes part. I know some of these webinars can stretch on for days. We're trying to do one every single day for the next 10 days. And we want to make it so that the content is of good quality. And we don't really want to, fill the time with nonsense if we can avoid it. So that is where we're at with that. We could have said, we'll have 10 sessions every single day. And then, you would be watching content where you just think, why am I watching this? It's nonsense. So we're actually trying to make sure that the content that we've got available is worthwhile. We've got loads coming up. I did say at the very start of today how much content we've got, but we haven't finalized our schedule because we've got another 9 days of things going on and lots of things happening in the background as well at the same time. So thanks for sticking with us, everybody. I appreciate it. I will be in again tomorrow, I think. Let me just check. At the same time tomorrow, yes, 10 a.m. US Central Time, and whatever time that started today is the time I'll be here tomorrow. If you're watching on YouTube right now, can you click on like and subscribe? I won't know you've done that. I will have absolutely no idea that you're subscribing. We don't get your email details. We don't get your username. We don't get anything. All that we know is that when we go live tomorrow or whenever the next time is that we go live, you'll get a notification from YouTube, not from us, from YouTube, telling you that we're live. That way you won't miss any of the content because we've got a ton of it coming up. We've got something like 48 sessions or something like that scheduled for the next 9 days. So we'll be here again tomorrow. Like and subscribe. I sound like some YouTube influencer, but I'm not. And if you want to tell me about content that you think we should be doing, you can email me at this email address and I will answer. I get a lot of emails, but I do plow my way through them. Okay. And someone says my dog's eating the, oh, it's Patrick. The dog is eating the delivery guy. He wants to go out, I think. So he's barking. He's very annoyed that I did things. All right. I'll leave my dog to it. Okay. Speak to you again soon. And I will leave you all with this. Just 1 second. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay.
The Object Pascal programming language is. I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Colton.
Code monkey, get up, get coffee. Code monkey, go to job. Code monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say code monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do code monkey think? Code monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code monkey not say it out loud. Code monkey not crazy, just proud. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Code monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code monkey not thinking so straight. Code monkey not feeling so great. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Lots. Code monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code monkey just keep on working. See your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code monkey just waiting for now. Code monkey says someday, somehow. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Code monkey get up. up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or app method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Colton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you'll find links to download Jonathan Colton's song as well.
Thanks for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow.